Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV live on YouTube, Facebook, Kick and Twitch. We have got round 14 of the V8SCOPS season for 2023, the penultimate round of this year's season, and we go to a fantastic track in Spain, the Circuito de Jerez. This is a fantastic circuit in many aspects. Former host of Formula One racing and now famous for MotoGP and all forms of motorcycle racing as well. Can't wait to see what Split 2 and Split 1 action has got in store for us tonight. I'm Reese Gardner. Joining me in the commentary box is Dan Yeaman, and Jay Kennedy is behind the scenes, pushing all the buttons, making everything happen, bringing you these live pictures. Dan, let's take a look at the track. Circuito de Jerez, it's certainly on the verge of being a historic track, built in 1986, and it has been entertaining crowds for a very long time since.
Certainly has. Unfortunately, in my case, it has been sort of off my radar for quite some time until it made its digital debut for us here on the iRacing service this year. But yeah, look, having driven around it a couple of times myself, having watched these cars actually race the Grand Prix configuration in the V8 Veterans series broadcast here on SimSpeed TV. It's been a pretty good track, and I'm looking forward to seeing how we go here tonight. With this moto configuration that the bikes use in the real world, meaning we skip the chicane there at turn 11, Alex Treville, and have a nice flowing right-hander into turn 12 as well, and making it basically a much faster run all the way there from turn 10 at the top of the map down to the hairpin at turn 13, Lorenzo, to finish the lap off before they come back around to that start-finish line here at Jerez.
Absolutely, and you would have noticed the dry sack hairpin at the opposite end of the circuit. That is most famous as the location where Jacques Villeneuve and Michael Schumacher came together at the end of the 1997 Formula One season that resulted in Schumacher's disqualification from the series. Plenty of interesting places around this track, plenty of overtaking opportunities indeed, but we should get into the format, championship standings, etc. for this round of V8SCOPS. Of course, Split 2 is the first one up for the night, and currently it's still an O'Shea on top in the practice standings with about 10 minutes remaining in the session. And it looks like we're going to be seeing laps of about a minute 38.8. Let's go on board here with Steve Vella. Yes, Steve Vella in the Phoenix Racing Team car. Going through turn 1, heavy braking zone for that, and then you slow right down again for turn 2. Try and take as much out of the curve as you can, but be careful not to cut across the tarmac runoffs there a little bit too much. The curb is effectively the track limit there, so drivers are going to have to be careful. This is the newest section of the circuit that was added in 1994. It used to be a lot twistier in this section, but they simplified it out to a very simple right-hander going over the crest of the hill. And when I say simple, I mean deceptively simple. Then you come down to the back straight, Dan. This is the dry sack hairpin where there was the infamous crash between Schumacher and Villeneuve in '97. And then we have a beautiful flowing section to finish the lap.
We do indeed, yeah, this double left-hand complex turns 7 and 8, which I can get the corner names up for myself on the side, that'll probably make my life a little easier. But yeah, it's going to be a real test of the drivers, and yeah, the way they're working the car. Then yeah, back to the right here, a pair of turns 9 and 10. You've got obviously flat curbs he can use on the outside, but raised green curbing on the inside there at turn 10 in particular. That is trippy. There's the Grand Prix chicane. We bypass that here for turn 11 and flow through. See a lot of fourth gear turns for the back half lap, and then yeah, don't get caught out by turn 12 there as well, and making sure you get the car turned in. Keep the speed up here on the entry to turn 13 at Lorenzo, pulling it up on this flat apex. Plenty of flat curbing on the exit as well to use, and then wind up the power as we head across the start finish line up to turn 1 once again here, with this little incline to help with the braking as well at the end of the front straight.
Yep, plenty of space and flat curbs all around this circuit. It is a motorcycle track through and through is Jerez. And look at this, we've got a little bit of a practice pack forming here. This is going to give us a taste of the kind of racing that we'll be able to see tonight. Vincent Skillbeck holding off Ben Faulkner and Dylan O'Shea. Driver on top of the timesheet, so O'Shea trying to pick his way through. And, oh dear, okay, you definitely don't want to see that in the race. I'm not too sure what happened to O'Shea there. Looked like he just put the wheels straight and went straight off the track. Looking at the track conditions, meanwhile, it's a very cool track out there, Dan. It means that potentially, when it comes to the race, we'll be able to see a lap or two more out of the tyres before they start dropping off in pace.
Yeah, that will be curious to watch here tonight. 24 laps going to be on the board for the drivers here in Super Split 2. So yeah, tyre management will still probably be very important, making sure they don't look after the car. Because yeah, a lot of long loaded corners, even here corner, turn 1 Expo 92, that's still reasonably a mid-length corner, I'd say, in many respects. And also you can carry a reasonable amount of speed through it too. So left side tyres there will be working a lot. Then of course a bit more speed here through turns 3 and 4. In particular, we continue to watch Skillbeck and Dean Powell at it. And then also here onto this back straight at turn 5 for Cito Pons, really long right-hander. Again, left side tyre is going to be under complaint. And of course, making sure you get that exit right and use the curb to your advantage as well, of course. Going to be really critical. Of course, you said our first hairpin here at the dry sack for turn 6, and also the longest straight on the circuit too, will be of value.
Yeah, absolutely it will. If you get a good run out of the long right-hander, you can translate that into a little bit of slipstream down the straight, and that'll give you a great overtaking opportunity into the hairpin. I think that this whole back section of the circuit is all about rhythm. It's all about not pushing the tyres too hard, because the track surface is very smooth here. And if you get a little bit of understeer on, then that will absolutely ruin the front tyres, and they'll definitely be put through their paces through turn 12 there, the original layout of the circuit before you get into turns 12 and 13. I gotta say, it's so good watching these Australian touring cars go around this place at speed. This is something that I've been waiting for a while, Dan, and we finally get to see it. I'm expecting a lot of big dives at the hairpins for sure.
Yeah, no big spot. Yeah, indeed. Coming off, as I said, our final sector is all about long, flowing rhythm corners into then, one big braking zone. And of course, turn 6, dry sack, coming off of back straight there. And Cito Pons will be another prime opportunity, of course. I reckon also turn 2. Watch out for drivers there. Even though it's a bit of a short run from turn 1 to the corner there. But that's another spot where if someone can get just enough of a run off of that first corner, look to see them sort of shoot the nose up the inside before they pull up and just compromise and get cars out of rhythm for turns 3 and 4 here. That might be something to keep our eyes on for this evening. So I'd say, 3 major overtaking opportunities. Might see a couple more around the circuit. Turns 1, turn 9. Those are 2 corners. Maybe even turn 5 as well, just perhaps as some of the outlier opportunities here at Jerez.
Yes, certainly. And you've already seen it down in the bottom right-hand corner. That's what we've got in store for Super Split 2 tonight. A 24-lap race. One single run around here for the Split 2 guys with 1 compulsory pit stop. pit window opens at the end of lap 2, so yeah, if you come into the pits at the end of lap 2, you're all good, and then it closes at the end of lap 22. So nice wide pit window here for the drivers, but I would expect everyone to go through to about the halfway mark of the race. These are the championship standings overall. Griffin Gardner is currently the one leading the way. He's not too far ahead of Andrew Gilliam and Rehan Lienage, who were the championship protagonists early on. But coming out of Enduro season, Gilliam and Lienage have fallen off the wagon quite a bit, and Griffin Gardner's been right there to take advantage.
Yeah, in particular, looking back at the standing sheet right now, Reese, our pair of races at Long Beach, as you might recall, quite frankly, a disaster, in particular for Rehan, scoring just 177 out of a possible 450 points between the two races. Andrew Gilliam had definitely a mixed night in the 777 with Mike Taliancic for that one. 336 points. Actually, no, getting that all crossed up there, my apologies. Andrew was racing with Job Stewart for the Jerez campaign this year. But yeah, Griffin Gardner hasn't won a round in V8SCOPS since our round 10 race earlier this year before the Enduros got underway. In fact, I actually need to go and refresh my memory as to round 10, which was our race, 250k race at Oschersleben there. So, but in saying that, came awfully close at Sandown with his position there. In fact, I actually need to check that for you real quickly. Third place at Sandown, 7th place at Bathurst for him there on points, and then came out far and away the best on points from Long Beach of our championship contenders. And yeah, it's just been a case of consistency this season paying off for the 93.
Yeah, there's some very close standings outside the top 3 as well. Brenton Hobson has a nice margin over Robbie Gibbs, but Thomas Freeman chasing him quite a bit there. There's only 15 points separating the number 2 and the number 6, and James Scott not far behind either for Synergy Sim Racing, just 8 points adrift of the 5th and 6th place cars. And you know, aside from that, there's still plenty to work out in these last 2 rounds of V8SCOPS. We race here at Jerez this weekend, and then in a few weeks' time, we race at Road America, the traditional final round of the V8SCOPS season, where we will crown our champion. Of course, looking forward to seeing how the points stack up coming out of this round. We should be set up for a nice championship showdown, because Griffin Gardner certainly has the pace to challenge Andrew Gilliam, but Gilliam, I think, has been overall the most consistent driver so far this season, if you don't count the Enduros, of course. Rehan Lienage obviously started strong, winning the first round of the championship at Montreal, but since then, despite some fantastic drives, he hasn't quite been able to get the results that he needs to really be challenging Gilliam neck and neck, and now Griffin Gardner as well. Well, the session is about to come to an end here. There's no qualifying for Split 2. The grid is set by pre-qualifying times. There's 3 days of pre-qualifying before every V8SCOPS round if you're new to this series, and each driver gets 4 laps over those 3 days to set the fastest time possible and secure their place. Drivers inside the top 40 will race in Split 1. Drivers outside the top 40 to 80th place, if it comes to that, will race in Split 2. And the times that they set will secure their grid spots. Just a few more seconds to go here in Jerez de la Frontera, the capital of sherry wine, incidentally. Jerez has been a sherry producing region for many hundreds of years, and many famous brands of sherry are produced in this very dry and warm region of Spain at the very southern tip of the Iberian Peninsula. All right, checkered flag is out, and a few more seconds to go before the session officially ticks over, and we can go through the grid for this race with 16 Australian touring cars ready to take to the grid here for the Super Split 2 race at Jerez. It's going to be headed up by Thomas Hinz and Dylan O'Shea. Team Jinx Shifters and 95 Sim Sports leading the way. Ben Faulkner for Race on Oz starts alongside the Banter Alliance number 67 of Jason Fewens. And then we have Andrew Ritchie starting in 5th place alongside Dean Powell. 2 Banter Alliance cars in the top 5. Good result for them. Lewis Wedding is going to take to the start alongside Vincent Skilbeck. I'm familiar with Lewis. I raced in a league he ran a couple of years back. And rounding out the top 10, we have Lindsay Hobbs and Aaron Gilbert, the reigning V8 champion and leader of that support category at the moment.
Indeed, Aaron Gilbert is. Stead Miller will be starting in behind his Excalibur Esports teammate there in the 1-2-4. 11th place for him, sharing row number 6 with Warren Davis there in our 3rd Banter Alliance racing entry tonight. David Coleman and Steve Vella will be on row number 7 there, 13th for the 640, 14th for the 005, and then our final row of drivers here this evening, Brendan Murdoch and Henry King, going to round out the grid this evening. Missing a couple of drivers, actually 2 I should say. Just having a look here, I think it's Jay Brazier and Chris Miller who both pre-qualify for Split 2 this weekend, Reese, but haven't made it the server this evening, and everyone else lining up as a result.
Yeah, so a nice staggered grid here at Jerez. You see the smaller grid slots scattered in amongst them. Those are where the bikes take their grid spots when they race here. But for cars, it is a nice staggered grid. And Thomas Hinz is the one with the advantage here. He's got just under a car length's advantage over Dylan O'Shea off the start here. Let's see who gets the best standing start here as the revs rise and we get ready to throw down the green flag here at Jerez. We are away, and that's not a good start from Thomas Hinz. That's the opposite of what he wanted. Dylan O'Shea getting a fantastic run off the line. As they come into turn 1, he is well clear in the race lead as everyone tries to give each other space here through the opening corners. Bit of 3 wide between Aaron Gilbert and David Coleman. Oh dear, Coleman getting spun off there by Aaron Gilbert coming out of turn 1. Already we have someone on the back foot here coming off the first lap of this race.
Yeah, and there's no way back in realistically now without a safety car, either for Coleman or for someone else. So he'll get that car fired up there at turn 2 and be able to carry on at least. But yeah, now a good 2 corners behind the rest of the field as they head on down the back straight now, all out of Cito Ponds and into the dry sack hairpin comes Dylan O'Shea at the front of the field. Hinz, Fewens, Faulkner, Skilbeck, your top 5. Further on back, Steve Vell looking to the inside, and Brendan Murdoch. That there is for 13th place, and the job will be done there by Steve in the Phoenix Racing entry, and sweep across the nose there to take that spot there. Stead Miller also potentially, I think, making up a spot through turn 6 and then holding on to that spot here. 7, 8, 9, 10 for the first time in the field. Sweep from the left to the right as they double up on these turns here through this part of the circuit and start heading back towards the start-finish line in behind Miller, though, Reese. That's Lewis Wedding looking a little under pressure from Aaron Gilbert here as we come up to turn 12, which is called Ferrari here, actually. And then we'll see. Is it going to be a move from Gilbert? Not quite. Further up ahead, though, it's going to be Ritchie trying to get past... is that Ritchie?
Yeah, Ritchie got a slowdown, I think. Or no, he actually caught the gravel on the run down to the final corner. So Dean Powell was able to get by him. Lindsay Hobbs as well, right on the back of Andrew Ritchie and trying to make up that position. Ritchie is off rhythm at the moment, and Jerez is a track where rhythm matters so much. Just enough space being given between these two. Ritchie protecting the inside. Big oversteer moment for Hobbs, and he's going to have to cool the tyres back down and have another go later. But Dean Powell, despite a lock-up at the final hairpin, getting it done and now has the advantage back up to where he started. In terms of positions gained, Vincent Skilbeck is the winner. He is up 3 spots now. Started 8th, up into 5th place. He has had a fantastic first 1.5 laps.
Oh, just saying that, though.
Oh,
Trouble
no.
with Faulkner down at turn 6.
Oh,
Faulkner's
dear.
going to rejoin right in front of Ritchie. And there we go. Position going to be redressed instantly by the 091 of Skilbeck. We'll probably want to grab that on replay if we can in a moment. But still here, now watching Miller trying to get around the outside of Skilbeck, who's off pace. Same for Richie just further ahead. He's trying to hang it around the right-hand side of the circuit, giving the inside for turn 9 and 10. Richie locks up, though, and it's going to be Lindsay Hobbs who ducks up the inside there of both those cars through turns 9 and 10 here on lap 2 of this race. And that's going to completely mess things up, but just give even more space to our top 4, who are now well and truly spaced out as they're nose to tail. 5th through to about 9th, if not 10th in this race. Now head down into the hairpin. Go back to the race start here on the first of our replays for tonight, Reese. And going to focus back towards David Coleman to see, unfortunately, how this one played out. And we'll get to that in a moment. Apologies there. As Faulkner looking inside of Richie, but not quite there. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, no, and that's collected the cars behind as well. Stead Miller getting right into Andrew Ritchie. Everyone else avoiding action and sorting themselves out from there. That's a real shame. I mean, that's probably the quickest commentator's curse I've given anyone for Vincent Skilbeck. We'll get another view, though, of the race start here. Look at the number 640 in the background there, David Coleman. He got a pretty good standing start. He draws up alongside Aaron Gilbert in the 203 coming into turn 1, and they also have one of the Excalibur cars 3 wide with them, and just looks to me like that is a weird incident. I don't know if it was contact with Gilbert or getting spun from behind for Coleman. Either way, found himself facing in the opposite direction.
I think that one there was just, bit of a squeeze. As we see here, Skilbeck, just missed the braking marker by a long way into the hairpin at turn 6. Thankfully, looks like both cars get away with relatively minor damage, if any. It's just a loss of momentum and some scrub tyres that they're going to have to deal with for the next couple of laps there. In the aftermath, where we had a couple of drivers trying to hang it around the outside of turn 7 and 8 to take those spots away. And then you just see up ahead here. Oh, actually, no, we won't see up ahead there. We'll stay on the replay. See Faulkner here as he tried to get past Andrew Ritchie at turn 1, start of lap 3. Fortunately, just the tiniest little tap there, and around goes the 927. And Stead Miller unable to collect, or avoid, I should say, collecting him. As our first taker to the pit lane will be Vincent Skilbeck in the 091 here. So only 3 laps on that one. I'm also being told that there's going to be a delayed stop there, thanks to a 5-second pit time penalty for his contact on Faulkner.
Race control right on that. Vincent Skilbeck gets it done. Overall, 12.5 seconds stopped in the box. And that looks like a pit lane transit time of about 35.5 seconds. So keep those numbers in mind for when everyone else decides to take their stop. Meanwhile, Benjamin Faulkner, who has probably one of the most damaged cars out there now, thanks to not only the contact from Skilbeck, but also, oh my lord, that is Lewis Wedding trying to go around the outside and dry sack, but I think just a bit too deep and tried desperately to make the apex. And so for that, he gets a bit of a serve. Now that puts him right in at the thick of it with Stead Miller and Steve Vella, who tries to take the outside here. And if you can hold the outside here, you will get the inside for the right-hander coming up. Vella going to try and pressure him, but ultimately decides to slot back in, or does he? That's a bit of a lock up there from Wedding, and he's going to have to give up the position there. The next few corners are one line only.
Yeah, you can see Miller will try for a moment to at least threaten the nose here through turn 11 and 12, as Vella's all kinds of out of shape through the penultimate turn there in the 005, and he doesn't head for the pits though. Will drop to the back of this group. It's now Henry King and Brendan Murdoch in behind as they work their way across the line, and I can see in the chat that race control still being busy. Dished out a drive-through penalty to the 042 of Ben Faulkner for his contact with Andrew Ritchie in the 927. And so we'll see that JTIT race and Oscar make 2 trips down the pit lane in this race. As we continue to watch here, Stead Miller really applying a blowtorch to Wedding. That's not a move! Oh. And he gets into the left rear corner of Wedding. Puts the car on the gravel, which might have just helped straighten the car up as well there. And Miller will go for the redress immediately. But a risky gamble not paying off, as Wedding has got the slide on through Cito Ponds, which that'll hurt his tyres some more.
Yeah, certainly will. Lewis Wedding is having a very adventurous race right now. Well, that puts both of them behind the battle between Murdoch and King. This is Faulkner on Andrew Ritchie on board coming into turn one. Ritchie just, I mean, there was a tiny bit of overlap, but still, that's obviously the fault of Faulkner and race control right on that. Ritchie has been in the pits now for going on 2 minutes. And I get the feeling he is going to be our first retirement from the race.
It does look like he has decided to throw in the towel early here today, unfortunately. So, alas, he'll go down another lap as our leaders start lap number 6. And we'll approach the 1/4 distance, or get to the 1/4 mark at the end of this one here. Just under a second, the margin between O'Shea and Thomas Hinz. So, we'll be curious to see here which of these drivers comes to the pits first, if there's going to be some difference in pit strategy. Can Hinsey perhaps make do with a lap on fresher tyres when we're coming closer to the halfway mark or so? Maybe come in lap 10 or 11 to try and get some advantage with clean air on the nose, fresh tyres under the car. Maybe be able to take some benefit from that, as Ben Faulkner will come out behind David Coleman after serving his drive-through penalty there. Just looking at our timings again, and it's still Vincent Skilbeck only who has taken his compulsory pit stoppers. Fighting is still going on now. Wedding, Murdoch and Stead Miller, the 3 fighting here off on turn 5, and this run down the back straight to turn 6 once again.
Yeah, Murdoch has really dropped off the back, excuse me, of Henry King, and he's trying his best to hold on to the position versus Miller, who gets a great run round the outside of Drysack and gets the power down beautifully. So he is nicely through. Maybe Brendan Murdoch will be thinking of diving into the pits at the end of this lap and get some fresh rubber on the car, but if he does, he will be hurting later on. We are only a quarter of the way through this race. Dylan O'Shea and Thomas Hinz separated by 2 seconds at the front of the field, and I did see that Hinsey was closer to O'Shea last time by, but it seems he has dropped off in the last couple of laps. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll also keep an eye on this battle. Lindsay Hobbs and Warren Davis. This Banter Alliance Mustang chasing down the Excalibur Commodore, and 141.19 for Lindsay Hobbs. Warren Davis took nearly a second out of him on the last lap.
It's not been a good one at all. Yeah, everyone else in this front half of the field that's not really fighting, lapping in the 1-minute 40s with the exception of Dylan O'Shea out front. So Lindsay's going to have to make sure to stay on the straight and narrow. As we've been told, this is where Thomas Hinz went from about a second off to 1.7, 1.8, and yeah, that's enough of a lock into the hairpin on the last lap to have really done a number on that inside front tyre, and the line through the hairpin there. As we go back to live pictures, Reese, watch there. Hobbs a little tighter off of turn 5, not using the exit curb as much, and I think that's just allowing Warren Davis to run that car out a little wider, not lean on the tyres as hard, and also have the confidence to get on the power a tiny bit earlier down the back straightaway into the hairpin at turn 6.
Yeah, you can see that Davis is getting to the insides of corners a little bit sooner than Miller is, and he's generally being a lot smoother. Again, it goes back to the remarks I made in the pre-race. You know, there's so many medium-speed corners around this track. Oh, yeah, I think I've just seen what you've seen. Henry King and Lewis Wedding, I think, coming together. And Stead Miller now right on the back of the 429. What on earth has gone on there? King actually lost it by himself.
Yeah. Got the rears overdone, it seems, on the way into turn 9. And yeah, just that all with the downshifts and the way that, of course, well, not of course I should say, but with the way you can lock up the rear axle if you don't get the downshift and the blip matched up right. You'll see it here. Also maybe, I don't think it's the curb so much as, yeah, something to either do with the brake bias or not enough blip on the downshift there. And the car, tank slaps its way in front of Stead Miller, who's able to pull himself up enough to avoid any contact there.
Good heads-up driving.
Indeed it is, and give Henry King a chance to try and stabilise the Wilson's Industrial Sales 429 there and get on going once more as we return to the Hobbs versus Davis fight. Now down a quarter of a second, 0.2 of a second now in the tow. Here we go. Warren Davis searching, looking inside line left open by Lindsay there. Recent event, no hint of a contest whatsoever from the Excalibur Esports number 12. As probably the easiest spot Warren Davis could have made for himself there at the hairpin on lap 8.
Yeah, that was a good pass there from Warren Davis, and good on Lindsay Hobbs for giving him the room as well. That's exactly the kind of racing that we like seeing, but maybe fighting a little bit harder. Perhaps Lindsay Hobbs is just thinking about pitting at the end of this lap and doesn't want to fight too hard. Again, though, we are not even at the 10-lap mark of this race, so maybe Hobbs is playing the long game. Potentially, he's just trying to look after the car and wants to make up more time in the pit cycle. And there we go. My initial assumption proven wrong. He continues on around the hairpin at the end of the lap here. All right. At the moment, Steve Vella versus Lewis Wedding here, one of the battles we're looking at, and the next battle on track is right behind them, Henry King versus Stead Miller. Those are the only two battles at the moment where the cars are within a second of each other. In fact, just having said that, it looks like Aaron Gilbert is making up some ground on Lindsay Hobbs, so we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. Meanwhile, Dylan O'Shea and Thomas Hinz, 2.3 seconds apart, and it doesn't look like that's going to be changing anytime soon. Hinsey, of course, starting on pole position. He ran the faster time in pre-qualifying, but it seems when it comes to race pace, Dylan O'Shea has it.
Yeah, it's the second time, if my memory serves me right, that O'Shea has started in split 2, which is very much not the norm compared to the rest of his starts this year in split 1. And the last time that happened, he proceeded to comfortably end up walking away to the race win and give himself the chance to run in the main game as a result. So looks like he's starting to chart towards that now, but still barely over a quarter way into this race. Still could have something happen to change that up for us. So certainly can't count that one as all done and dusted just yet, as we keep our eyes on Lindsay Hobbs once more. Any sign of movement towards the pit lane? No, he'll think about it for a second, but abort that maneuver there and commit to the track as normal. As Brendan Murdoch slow there in the 7.48, has let Ben Faulkner through in the 0.42. As ahead, looks like Stead Miller are going to come to the pits in the second of our Excalibur Esports cars. Yes.
That might be for a drive-through, though, because as you see up the top of the screen, he's been given a, 5-second pit time penalty. Scratch that, Dan. Continue.
Yeah, he'll get his compulsory stop done, but yes, serve an additional 5 seconds stationary in his box once the stop is complete for his contact with, that would have been, pardon me,
Wedding.
Apologies, somehow completely phased through that one there. Speaking of Wedding, there he is, right behind Steve Vella in this fight for 8th. You can see gets a nice cross back towards the apex, but you're on the apex a long time in a car like this here at Jerez as they run down the back straight. Both cars roughly middle of the road and almost out of revs for
deep.
Vella, but Wedding's going to try and hang it around the outside. Out in the marbles, though. Not going to be able to get the cross back on the 005 out of dry sack on this occasion there. So they'll stay where they are for a couple corners more at least.
Yeah, a couple more corners, but at the moment it looks like Lewis Wedding has the pace advantage of these two. Was 0.3 faster than Steve Vella on the last lap, but you see how much he's flinging it in the braking zones and see how heavily the rear brake discs are glowing. Meanwhile, movement up the front, Thomas Hinz coming for his mandatory pit stop from 2nd place. And I think this will be the first pit stop we've seen tonight that hasn't been affected by any kind of penalty. So this will be the marker that we judge every other pit stop by. Lindsay Hobbs following Hinz in. And this is just before the halfway mark of the race. I reckon Hinsey might be looking for potentially a tyre undercut on Dylan O'Shea if this works out for him. Makes his way out of the pits, 9.2 second stop. 32-second pit lane transit time, and he comes out just behind the battle between Vella and Wedding, but Hinz is going to waste no time getting past Wedding and going straight for the inside here on Steve Vella. This is the difference between used and fresh tyres. Look at how much quicker Hinz is. He's going to go around the outside of Vella.
And that's essential because if he wants the undercut to work, he needs clear track. So that was almost a major strategic blunder from Hinz to come out there, but able to cross over on pit exit and get a really straight run to turn 2 to clear Wedding. And then, as you said, the grip, be able to hang it around the outside of turns 3 and 4 on Steve Vella to take that place and immediately check out second time for Wedding here around the outside of Dry Sack. And again in the marbles, not able to cross over on the 005 on corner exit. So I think he's going to have to try something different as Lewis Wedding. Maybe get to the inside and try and maybe hold it up on the apex as we're going to go to a replay and actually go on board with Thomas Hinz.
Oh, wow. That shows you how hard they were pushing out there. And Hinzy wasting no time. Probably put a bit of trust there in Steve Vella as well, just to let him go. Obviously, they are far apart on overall race position and not on the same strategy. So, Hinz already streaking away here. That's, once again, another look at it. As Hinzy at the apex of 1, 2, 3, turn 4 got it done. A little bit of oversteer on the way through, but still enough freshness in the tyres that he was able to get away with it.
Yeah, as long as that hasn't overworked the tyres. We'll see on this next lap here what his pace is like. If he can make half a second or so on Dylan O'Shea at the moment, it might be enough to put him right on the gearbox when O'Shea comes down the lane, if he does choose to respond here coming to the end of the halfway point, or the end of the first half of the race, since we can split it perfectly in 2 at the end of this lap here, of course. Keep the time up on screen between the two of them. 29.3 seconds at the bottom of your screen, as well as the timing town in full. There you go, 1/10 down as it updates here, but looking like at this particular moment, a bit of ebb and flow to the numbers as well, Reese. So maybe not a lot of pressure for O'Shea to come to the lane, and indeed, he's not feeling the need to get his fresh boots on just yet.
Yeah, potentially what O'Shea's going for here is running long in the first part of the race and then getting the fresh boots on for potentially the last 6 or 7 laps. That would give him an adequate margin to push as hard as possible and defend from Thomas Hinz. I'm waiting for Hinz himself to come to the line, and we'll see what the pace is like on the fresh tyres. Just one more corner to go. Keep in mind, O'Shea running 1:40s, and his fastest lap was a 1:39.1. Hinz, meanwhile, 1:39.3 fastest lap so far, and to the line he will come, 1:39.2. That is a new personal best for Thomas Hinz in the race, as Dean Powell and Aaron Gilbert take to the lane alongside him. And Dean Powell in the pits for 15 seconds. Looks like Dean had a couple of issues there in the lane, maybe getting some damage repaired, not too sure. But Aaron Gilbert, a bit more of a regular sort of stop for him. 10 seconds flat in the lane. Vincent Skilbeck will move on ahead of him, having already taken his stop. And Skilbeck, meanwhile, trying to race hard with Powell. Skilbeck, though, has already been out there for 9 laps, so I think Powell has the pace advantage here. Murdoch, meanwhile, he hasn't pitted yet. Dean Powell will find it pretty easy to get by him.
He will now. The critical thing which was here the replay for Dean Powell is pit exit. Watch him cross underneath.
Nicely done.
A little bit of a hold up there, I think, through the apex of turn 1 there, Reese, but indeed able to time the gap just about right there to minimise his losses. O'Shea will stay out on the circuit for another lap here in the 1:19. Jason Fewens, though, will come to the pit lane from what is currently second, but what will eventually be third. Warren Davis will follow him in, so the two leading Banter Alliance racing cars will copy on strategy here. End of lap 13. They'll make it an 11 lap. Oh, sorry, to make it a 10 lap run. No, it is 11. I can do maths. 11 lap run to the finish here. Up on the jacks they go. Hinz through. And on that last lap, pulled another half a second out of it. That's 1.1 seconds gained by Thomas Hinz in the past 2 laps on Dylan O'Shea. So that's about halves the margin that O'Shea had before Hinz pit. This is the pit entry for Jason Fewens. Jumps.
some smoke signals there, and already on the limiter before they actually came to the pit entry line. I saw that for both Banter Alliance cars. So they might have cost themselves a bit of extra time out of that. Regardless, Fewens re-emerges in 5th place. Vela and Wedding up ahead of him have yet to come into the lane. And as things stand, I would say that Warren Davis is potentially the driver who's going to have the most positions gained by the end of the race. He's managed to work his way past Lindsay Hobbs, who's already been out there for 3 laps on that set of tyres.
Yeah, we'll see what this looks like for these guys here. It's not much in terms of a lap difference, but even just 3 laps can be enough to see the very best of the tyre well and truly gone for Lindsay Hobbs in these cars. And so Warren Davis shouldn't have too much of a hard time able to stay ahead here. Just needs to not overwork his tyres on this next lap or so, to keep them, or not have them start falling away earlier than necessary. There's been a little bit of contact between Fewens and Wedding as they went past each other there. Thankfully, no major harm or foul done, as Wedding will peel left. No, he will stay on the track instead. For a second there, thinking he might be going for the pit lane, but alas, was not to be the case. This is this little brush here on the way out of turn 10, almost up at turn 11 by the time it happened. Here you'll see Fewens just comes across the nose of Wedding, and yeah, it gives both of them a bit of a ruffled feathers moment there, if there ever was one. Now, also critically out in front, and thank you for bringing it up, Dylan O'Shea has dropped to a 1 minute 40.7.
Yeah.
His tyres, I think, might have just hit a bit of a cliff, relatively speaking, in this race, because there we go. There's a comparison. 1.1 seconds lost in this lap alone. I think we might have ourselves a proper race for the lead in the first couple of laps here if O'Shea, well, the race off pit lane, more to be more precise, I guess, because I get the feeling this is going to be a little closer than O'Shea would like, as he's going to keep it absolutely pinned, and yet that's coming for the pit lane.
Fair enough. And with that amount of time loss, makes sense. Oh, he's on the limiter too early. That's probably an extra couple of tenths he could have afforded to not lose. Hinsey, meanwhile, he is approaching the final corners of the lap now. And the amount of time that Hins took out of O'Shea over the last few laps on those fresh tyres, I think means we are going to see a change for the lead here. O'Shea just stopping in the box, and pit time is round about 9 to 10 seconds for a tyre change. All 4 tyres being changed on these cars. Here comes Hins. O'Shea is out, and yeah, that's pretty good there for him on the pit stop, but Hins will move through into the lead of the race.
All right, now the question becomes, with 5 lap older tyres, does Henry King have what it takes to keep that lead? Wedding and Henry King will come to the lane there in the 286 and 429. And with a second's advantage for Thomas Hins, he now can start thinking defensively, protect the tyres, or protect the position more than anything else. Maybe try and force O'Shea into overworking his car and his tyres so the advantage is nullified towards the end of this race, as we're going to have 8 laps to go at the end of lap 16 here. Replay for Henry King, the 429, and yeah, I saw this one on my end. Didn't think too much of it when I saw it, but pushing all the way and then some race through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, just behind him, Skillbeck. No, was it Skillbeck or Coleman? I think it might have been, it was Coleman, David Coleman, going for a bit of a run off in the gravel trap as well. All right, in any case, it looks like we only have 3 cars left yet to take a stop. Vela and Coleman, obviously, and Ben Faulkner, who has visited the pits once this race, but for a drive-through penalty. So that means it is an out-and-out race here between our top 2 for the win and the golden ticket into Split 1. Remember, the winner of Split 2 gets the opportunity to race in Split 1 later on in the night if they so desire. And right now, Dylan O'Shea, right on the back of Thomas Hins. He is making use of his fresh tyres now. Hinsey has already been out there for 6 laps, and that is just on the verge where we start to see a pace drop-off.
Yeah, we'll see here now O'Shea really trying to press the issue through the opening sector presumably look to set this up for the run down towards turn 6, given that there's not a real advantage in going for it at turn 5, but he'll still force Hinsey defensive here into Cito Pons. Now, this is not ideal if you're in Hinsey's shoes, of course. You want to be able to try and get the best run possible. And look at this, here we go. The crossover already from the 119. Hinsey able to get across and cover the inside in time, but that's more time spent turning, less time going in a straight line. He's going to have to defend it under brakes here into the hairpin. And Drysack a little bit of leaning on each other there through the middle of the corner, and the 52 will stay in front for now, but I get the feeling with that kind of robust defense, might see O'Shea put on a bit more of an aggressive offense here. As there you go, through 7, 8, already got tyre advantage through the longer corners here. Thinks about into turn 9. It's going to force Hinsey defensive and compromise the run through the next couple of corners here.
Yep, and you saw that O'Shea was thinking about going for it but pulled out, and I think that might have been a fake out that got Hinsey. He was going defensive into the corner when he didn't really need to in the end. Now, coming up to the last corner, is this going to be a big dive? No, O'Shea not far up enough to make the move. Hins needs to focus on the exit here, but a little bit of a slide on the exit. Yep, that was not what Hinsey needed. He's going to go defensive into turn 1. O'Shea with a better run up the straight. He tries to take the widest line possible into turn 1, and round the outside he comes. The problem for O'Shea is that the next corner is also a right-hander, and Hinsey is going to move up the inside there as well. Still side by side, but O'Shea manages to maintain it and takes the lead back when the track blends left.
Yeah, that was just what he needed to do there. Perfectly opened up the entry to turn 1 and got Hinsey committed to defending it rather than tracking him out as well to the left-hand side of the circuit. Sorry, and then able to hold it around the outside because Hinsey lost nearly all of his overlap on that very short run from turn 1 to turn 2 with the compromise, well, the tighter entry and the slower run through the corner. As we'll have a look at it here from the roof of the 119, you'll see that little wiggle was all it took for Thomas Hins to lose his run off of the final corner and be vulnerable there to O'Shea. And then you'll see here, just come to the brakes, and bang! That little flick, just as you said, to open up the corner as much as possible. There's been contact further back in the field. We'll have to stay on the replay if we can and pick up Sted Miller or Ben Faulkner. And then through there, turn 2, just able to keep it pinned through the corner, holding too tight, and just get better power, and already the 52 wiggling as they try to get around turns 3 and 4 on that occasion. Here's what's just happened whilst we were looking on replay at the leaders as trouble as Sted Miller makes a move on Faulkner and not able to do it cleanly.
Yeah, and the problem for Miller and Faulkner was that they had both stalled the cars as well. It took them quite some time to get the cars fired back up, and I think that's one of the advantages of having a smaller field in this race. If we had more cars on track, then we might have seen an even bigger incident. They were sprawled right across the racetrack.
Yeah, they were. Just a good fortune that there was no one in near proximity that was going to stumble across them there, because indeed that could have been quite nasty indeed. Jason Fewens has P3 pretty well locked down, it seems. Fight for P6, though, is looking interesting here as Vincent Skilbeck and Warren Davis are going at it. Don't forget, of course, that Skilbeck owes us, well, has the worst tyres by quite some margin. Warren Davis has been out there now for 5 laps on this set of rubber, so they will be past their prime, but compared to 15 laps down, that's going to hurt. Whoa. Although he will go wide through turn 4 and be vulnerable to Lindsay Hobbs here into Cito Pons on lap 19 as both cars leaning on the left rear, and it's going to be Davis who holds the inside and gets it out ahead as they head down the back straight on this occasion. Yeah, well, Lindsay Hobbs not able to take advantage as of yet. He is a bit deeper on the brakes than Warren Davis, so keeps himself in the presence of the 077's mirrors. The only car left to take a pit stop now is David Coleman in car 640. Currently runs in 4th place, but considering he is now running times in the 141s, that's going to be quite a big pace disadvantage for him. I'll be curious to see where exactly he comes out. And actually, just as I say that, he gives us a little bit of help on the InSim text chat. He has made the call that he is going to be pitting in, and that will give the place to the Mustang of Dean Powell. How many places will this cost?
Coleman in the end. There's the 4-car battle that we were looking at earlier. Skilbeck, Davis, Hobbs, and Aaron Gilbert. That goes all the way from 5th to 9th, and it's going to be 4th to 8th now as Coleman pulls into the box.
I'd be saying maybe in around the 429 of Henry King. Perhaps it might even be the 005. He's not even got going. He's just got going now, halfway down the lane. He'll slot in behind the 005 of Steve Vella. So that's going to be a 12th place for Coleman once he rejoins the circuit here at the start of lap 20. Just 5 laps left in this race. And I think going a bit asymmetrical to that extent on the strategy has not been ideal, as Davis again, Reese, off the exit of turn 4, dips the right side tyres in the gravel and experiences the retardation that it offers there, which is going to mean Hobbs has half a chance, though, not a whole chance, down into turn 6, and we'll just have to focus on a good run through the hairpin on this occasion, as Skilbeck, a bit more of a breather there in that. Well, this is still a battle technically for P5 here on track, as Hinzy's had he's an absolute shocker on this lap.
2 in a row we're hearing for Thomas Hinz. News also from Race Control.
He's going into the pits.
Oh, Hinz going into the pits. What's going on here? Oh.
He was very slow.
Has he not fueled the car enough for the race? Maybe he I mean, you know, you take tires, obviously, that's mandatory. You don't have to take fuel. Some drivers might decide to just fill it up for the whole way and go for it. But, you know, you do have to, I think, take fuel at the stop. And Hinz, it seems, is he out of the car?
Yep,
he's retired. What?
He's gonna park that one up.
Why? What happened?
I'm going to suggest I mean, he was going very slow and short shifting. I would suggest that, yeah, the fuel is the issue there, and the fact that split 2 or bust, or the win in split 2 or bust is really what's up here. Not ideal in a championship sense, and again, if you are racing in split 2, I guess you are looking at less than half the points available, possibly, that are up for grabs in split 1. So it looks like for Hinzy, that'll be his day done. Also said Miller returning to the pit lane for a second.
Yeah, that's a penalty. That's the penalty that I was trying to bring up as we saw the problems for Hinz. He was black flagged for the contact with Ben Faulkner back on lap 18.
Yep. My lizard brain eventually will catch up at some point on that one. As we watch here, David Coleman up the inside of Steve Vella. That there wasn't too much of a fight into the hairpin.
Coleman with the precious tyres in the field.
You would think he can make some moves here. Just the question is, how many is he going to be able to make, given he's here? He's only 1.1 seconds behind Henry King, his next target, as you were. But from there, I think we'll run out of time to go after some more places. So it's going to be this scrapping here at the front of the field that will be of interest to us. Warren Davis trying to hound the back of Vincent Skilbeck, whilst also keeping Lindsay Hobbs at just a bit more than an arm's length behind him in the number 12 Excalibur Esports entry. They've slightly shaken off Aaron Gilbert in the 203, but don't count out that HJR entry if it's able to collect some spoils there, should things go awry here with less than 3 laps to go for these guys.
Yeah, still plenty to be decided. What has been decided already is the potential victory. Dylan O'Shea, nearly 19 seconds up on Jason Fewens. Dean Powell, also a bit of a ways behind Fewens. There's no battling in the top 3. The battling is truly for P4 right now, and we've seen from Warren Davis in the last few moments, he is steadily piling the pressure on Vincent Skilbeck, who's having a few technical issues out there at the moment. Car disappearing off the circuit just a couple of times. There it is again. He's going to have to be careful. I mean, we do know that Skillbeck tends to have these issues, but they don't tend to snowball into a big internet issue for him. Oh, Davis just had a big oversteer moment behind him. I think that's what you caught, Dan. Now he's under pressure from Hobbs. King and Coleman, meanwhile. This is a battle of a driver who's only really just pitted, only 2.7 laps on the tyres. Henry King on his 7th lap out of the pits. Meanwhile, there's Davis trying to defend from Hobbs. And you know what? I think as we see on the bottom of your screen, there's the battle between King and Coleman. David, I think, just biding his time. Still got 2 laps to go, and he can afford to make that move. I think has quite the gap ahead to already, so doubtful that Coleman's going to be able to make up that time. Warren Davis, who's had a fantastic run in this field so far, up 7 spots, could have made it 8, but unfortunately I think he's too far behind Skillbeck to really make it happen now as Coleman gets up the inside of King, and Henry's going to maintain the inside line. Will Coleman be brave enough to go around the outside here? Has to get on the brakes, keep the weight on the fronts. Oh, is he going to go for it? No. Can't go for the move there into that corner. It's just too quick.
It's not the typical passing spot, but yeah, you have to be really up alongside, or the driver ahead of us had to have made quite the mistake there before to get a chance on here. We'll have a chance to eye it off at the hairpin as King leaves the door wide open and then some through the dry sack hairpin of turn 6. And yeah, the tyre advantage will allow Coleman to hang it around the outside of 7. King gonna hold the apex of 8 by that point though. Coleman is almost, if not entirely clear, and can now settle in for the apex at turn 9 and take that spot away as Steve Ellis brought back into the fight there as well. So that could be 2 cars still to fight over P10 in this one, as our fight for 5th, or 4th I should say, will take the white flag half a minute behind our race leader, who is continuing to check out at the front of the field. Although at this stage, Reese, they've just got enough margins between them. It's going to take an error, I think, to see anything change here on this final circuit of Jerez in Super Split 2.
Yeah, it's been a pretty entertaining race so far. We've had our fair share of drama and crashes. We've also had some great battles out on track as well. Everything you could possibly ask for from a sprint V8 race. So through onto the back straight they come. Looks to me like Davis is going to be safe from Hobbs for the time being, unless there's a big mistake. And despite the technical issues he's suffering, Skillbeck is stable as well. At the moment, Dylan O'Shea's just having fun out there. I've kept an eye on him on my end, and he has just been sliding the rears out of every single corner. He knows that he isn't under any pressure. He can just go for a bit of an expression session on the final lap here. Can he hit the apex of the final hairpin? He doesn't need to. Just goes for it out of the final corner and across the line. Dylan O'Shea takes victory in Super Split 2 here at Jerez in a fantastic drive. It's still not over in the battle for P4 though. Vincent Skillbeck trying to hold off Warren Davis as Jason Fewens is going to take 2nd place for Banter Alliance. An awesome drive once again from him. And Dean Powell will finish in 3rd place. Skillbeck almost losing the position to Warren Davis at the hairpin, but nothing doing. They are going to finish in that order. Aaron Gilbert dropping off this pack as they came across the line. And even further back, David Coleman looks like he's going to hold off Henry King. Steve Vella has been making up time, but it's not going to be quite enough for him to get the last position in the top 10 over Henry King.
Close, but not quite indeed for the 005 of Steve Eller. And as they cross the line, it just leaves us with Ben Faulkner and Brendan Murdoch to finish this race and declare the results official on the track, at least here for Split 2 in round number 14 of our V8SCOPS season. 21.3 seconds, the margin for O'Shea, despite the fact that he was letting it slide out underneath him there. Still pulled a bit of a margin as Fewens did the same in 2nd place. Dean Powell with a solid night out for him. No dramas in the 999 Blackhawk Motorsport entry. Brings him up to 3rd place. And going the offset strategy, Vincent Skillbeck able to make it work and get back to P4 there in the 091 for the Wheelie Wins Mayhem Republic entry. Biggest mover of the race goes to Warren Davis there in the 077, up 7 spots to P5 tonight. Here, just ahead of Lindsay Hobbs there in P6, who did pick up 3 places of his own there for Excalibur Esports. Also 3 spots gain for Aaron Gilbert in the 203 HJR entry. Lewis Wedding will be the first of our drivers who lost a spot from where they started tonight to come home in 8th, down 1. +4 for David Coleman there, race to bring it home in 9th, and +6 for Henry King to come home in 10th place and round out our first page, with our final finishers being Ben Faulkner, Steve Vella there in 11th, and then Ben Faulkner and Brendan Murdoch to round things out tonight, as Thomas Hinz, Stead Miller and Andrew Ritchie all retiring from the race at various points there.
Yeah, it's a shame there for Andrew Ritchie especially. He couldn't even make it 3 laps in, getting spun around by Ben Faulkner. Well, the night is not over. We do have Split 1 action coming up for you very shortly at round 14 of the 2023 V8 SCOPS season. It's the second last round of the championship. We are about to cap another year off here at the Circuito de Jerez. Reese Gardner, Dan Yeaman, Jay Kennedy here on SimSpeed TV. We're going to step aside very briefly and bring you Split 1 action shortly. You're watching SimSpeed TV. It is time to potentially crown a champion tonight here in the second last round of the V8SCOPS Championship for 2023 at the Circuito de Jerez for round 14. Definitely convinced now of this track's suitability for V8 racing action after an incredible Split 2 race. Now we get to effectively double the amount of cars involved and go for some big heavy hitters in terms of lap times here in Split 1. Reese Gardner and Dan Yeaman in the commentary box, with Jay Kennedy behind the scenes streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Kick and Twitch. This is going to be a fantastic one, Dan, and like we mentioned, there is a possibility, a very strong possibility, that Griffin Gardner could take the championship title coming out of this round.
Indeed. Well, we flashed this graphic up earlier for those who have been watching along since the start of the night, but it's been brought to our attention that needs to be a minor correction made from the last round out at Long Beach. It was for Andrew Gilliam due to the incident that they had where they ended up going a couple of laps down, I believe it was.
They got disqualified from the race because they didn't complete their minimum driver laps, right?
Indeed, yeah. They ended up one lap short of the minimum lap count in race 1 due to the fact, yes, as you said there, that Mike Taliantich unfortunately completing 31 out of the 32 required laps for any driver due to the fact that, they went going a lap down over the course of during that race there. So, unfortunately for them, that was certainly not ideal in any sense of the word due to their damage. And what that has done is promote Rehan Leonage to second place. And the margin now stands at 489 points from Gardner to Leonage first to second. The reminder that there's only 450 points on offer for a perfect round, which there are 2 races here tonight, which we'll see. Drivers have to navigate the pair race and split the points between them, but also the final single race to wrap the season off at Road America. That should Griffin Gardner walk away from tonight with a 450 plus point margin, which we'll keep you updated on, he will have wrapped up the title around early this year here in 2023.
Well, we still have a race or two to run in this championship at a fantastic circuit at the southern tip of Spain in the Jerez de la Frontera region, famous for its sherry. Definitely a big wine-producing region of the world, but this particular section of it is most famous for motor racing, largely in the form of motorcycles, but Formula One has raced here as well in the latter half of the 1980s and also in the first part of the 1990s. Last time Formula One raced here in anger was 1997, when there was the controversial coming together between Jacques Villeneuve and Michael Schumacher at Turn 6, the dry sack hairpin. But of course, not the only hairpin on this lap. We've also got Turn 2 and Turn 13, Jorge Lorenzo having been the corner having named for him. And you know what? I've changed my opinion a little bit, considering Super Split 2, the way it ran. Pretty much any corner at this track is a passing opportunity, considering the amount of side-by-side we saw and how easy it is to get a line through these corners wrong.
Indeed, while there are the prime opportunities, 1, 2, 6, 9 maybe, count that one, and 13. But yeah, as you said, get a driver to get off their rhythm, bang, next corner is instantly opportunity. Get a driver to, say, push a bit too wide next to turn 4, find the gravel out there, bang, that's a penalty. Same can be said for turn 12 at Ferrari. Go past the Astro turf and everything there, bang, that'll be a penalty on the exit of the corner there as well. So a lot of areas on this track where you will be punished for pushing the limits, and the critical fact that, rhythm is rewarded above all else here at Jerez.
Well, this is how things are going to go for the final round. 2 qualifying groups, 15 minutes each, and we still have 10 minutes to go in practice until that qualifying session starts. We have 2 races here tonight. Pit stop required in both races, but race 2 is going to be a little bit longer. So things are going to come down to the progressive grid and just how hard drivers push in that first race to try and get up the grid for race 2, which is a little bit more of an endurance affair, but not by much.
Yeah, 6 laps at 4 and a bit kilometers. What are we looking at there then? Adding on about 25, 26 Ks. I mean, all in all, it's the, I think we class this one as a super sprint format. It's about 240 kilometers roughly is the total length of racing up for grabs tonight across the 2 races here in Split 1. As well, unlike Super Split 2, which we mentioned at the start of that session, indeed, you just catch it right there. You said it was nice, pleasant, cool conditions thanks to the in-sim morning that was selected. But here in the midday sun in our virtual Spain, it's going to make for nearly maximum air temperature and 43 degrees track temperature being no mean feat. These drivers are going to have to negotiate and deal with here tonight.
Yeah, that is a decidedly warm track, and considering it's just gone past midday in sim time, I don't think it's going to get any cooler for a while. In fact, it just went up a degree. Did you see that? Okay, so the drivers are going to be dealing with tyres that are not going to last very long out there before they start really dropping off the pace. And I think we're going to be seeing drivers try to drive as smooth as possible through these corners at this track that really don't do any favors to tyres. They're almost all high load and very long corners as well, this being a circuit that motorcycles are certainly built for. 7 minutes and 10 seconds left in practice, and Griffin Gardner, their championship leader, a long way ahead of Rehan Leonage and Andrew Gilliam. There's going to be a lot to play for here tonight, but really all Griffin needs to do is finish and get points, and he will be in the box seat to take the championship crown.
Indeed, and with such a margin, the fact that he is over around clear at the moment coming into tonight's race, and the fact that so long as he looks after himself, looks after the car, and just gets points on the board. With the way the points system works here in V8SCOPS, your continuous attendance will be rewarded. Consistency is helpful, but it's not too punishing until drop rounds are calculated in and you're looking way down the order as well. In saying that, the reason that Griffin Gardner is ahead in the championship by so much, apart from missing or retiring from round 1 at Montreal race and not racing at Winton in round 2, let me just double check this one before I say it, but out of a possible 450 points per round, Griffin's lowest score this year was at the Bathurst 1000, where that finishing 7th netted him 414 points.
Yeah, and that's consistency at play there, isn't it? You know, we've seen so many times in this championship's past where there's been one driver who's been clearly ahead of the others, or it's come down to a neck-and-neck battle between 2 top drivers. I think this championship has been defined by who can keep the results up, who can keep it safe, and who can stay on the wagon. Rehan Leonage, I've got a lot of respect for. He burst onto the scene a couple of years ago and very quickly started winning in V8SCOPS. Unfortunately, this year hasn't quite gone his way, despite a very strong start. And Griffin Gardner has been right there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, I think that is a good point to make about it, is that the fact that we started the year off, it looks like it was going to be this back and forth between Rehan and Andrew Gilliam, who quite literally traded round wins with each other to get the year going. But looking at the points, it feels kind of funny to see it because, yeah, Griffin's been there basically every round. In fact, outside of Bathurst, his lowest score is 438 points, which in any of our 250k single race rounds, that's a P3. And in fact, yeah, those are the races where he's got his lowest scores. Everywhere else, it's been over 440 points this season, with the exception, of course, as I said, that Bathurst round, where it was a mere 414 for a 7th place finish. And, well, fasting pre-qualifying, going to put the pace marker down here in practice before we get to qualifying as well. Reese checking all the boxes in terms of ultimate pace. There's just, yeah, the conversion to the race run that is left for the 93.
Yeah, exactly. And plenty of drivers testing the limits here. We have the number 15 machine, unless I've completely misread that number. Zach Rattray-White, indeed, for quality control. He's a driver that we've seen some pretty spectacular drives from in the past few months and in the year overall. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. Only, well, a bit less than a 10th behind Paul Young, who has actually gone a little bit faster just then, up to 1 minute 40.9, and that puts him in 8th place in practice. Ian Ford also active here for Evolution Racing Team. We haven't seen much of ERT this year in V8SCOPS. There's been a few appearances by their drivers, and you can always count on them showing up for the Enduros. Aside from that, we've seen Dan Hall and Robbie Gibbs be the drivers who have definitely repped ERT the most this year. Robbie Gibbs has yet to set a time in the practice session. I think a bit of a late joiner to the session. Hopefully, he has got the setup down, and he'll be able to get used to that very high track temperature pretty quickly. It's still at 43 degrees Celsius. Brenton Hobson, meanwhile, 4th in the championship, coming into this round. He might well be set for a top 3 if he gets good results at the last 2 rounds, considering I'm not seeing, well, actually, no, I'll scratch that. I do see Andrew Gilliam in the session. I thought for a moment that he wasn't in here, but he got lost in the sea of names. Regardless, it's been another great season for Brenton Hobson in the number 88. And he has been a V8SCOPS veteran, hasn't he? He has competed in this championship almost from its inception, and he's certainly been, yeah, look at that. That just says it all. It's his 155th V8SCOPS race start, and he has yet to get an overall victory, but he will continue racing for it here tonight.
Indeed. Should something go wrong for Gilliam tonight, P3 for the championship is in Brenton's grasp. Now, yes, on raw pace alone, it would suggest that P4 is probably where he'll more likely be aiming at to consolidate that position. But looks like we might be doing some race runs at the moment rather than qualifying laps, being 1.3 off of Luke Rosella. And that'd be about 8/10 off of Andrew Gilliam there, who's up in 4th at the moment. You see there you go, 9 top 5s over the course of racing in V8SCOPS. I presume, was it just the 1 second perhaps there back at Sonoma? Apparently being told there were 2 races at Sonoma. He got second in both of them in that one there as well. So, yeah.
P1 in both of those races was a man by the name of Josh Rogers, who competed in V8SCOPS for quite some time before getting picked up by Coanda Simsport and moving to Europe to compete for Coanda in various international championships. Do miss seeing Josh Rogers down here. It'd be nice to let him have one more run down here in this championship. Regardless, you know, I think the sheer longevity of some drivers in this championship is something to be proud of as practice comes to an end, and we can start out with qualifying. Who is going to take pole position here for the first race at the Circuito de Jerez? The first qualifying session is beginning now, And it will be the cars that qualified 41st to 21st. That is the rest of the top 40 in pre-qualifying, plus the split 2 winner if they do decide to make their way in. And is Dylan O'Shea in the session? He is indeed in car 119, so he joins this second group, and out they will come.
Indeed. So, yes, 21 cars will take to the circuit. And, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see here how they all tackle finding a bit of space on the road. In theory, there should be plenty of it, given that, yeah, we're seeing times in and around the 1 minute 40s or so. It's 100 seconds. Divide that by about 20 cars. You, in theory, got about 5 seconds of track each to play with. That's just behind our shots where we're focusing right now. Dylan O'Shea making well, pushing on, I should say, is the appropriate term. Looks to be Dylan Gray, first out of the way, and then a couple of cars bunched up here. What's that? Ty Delaney tucked up underneath the rear wing of Joe Mahoney there in number 36. But you watch here, O'Shea just going to press on to close up towards the front of the queue, relatively speaking. We'll see if that hurts the tyres too much, because, yeah, that track temperature is on its way to 44 degrees Celsius already. And it looks like it is in no rush to slow down anytime soon, just yet.
Yeah, all right. Well, Dylan O'Shea is rapidly making his way forward, isn't he? The track temp has risen even further to 44 degrees Celsius. And, well, a high temperature is the sign that drivers need to get their quick times in right away, because the track is likely only going to get hotter, and it's going to be even more difficult to get a quick time on the board. So while the track is as cool as it's going to be, you get your time down and get it done quickly. Seth Brown almost chopping the nose off Dylan O'Shea there in the final corner. He did the late apex at the final hairpin to get the best run possible onto the start-finish straight. Let's see how things go for these guys as they make their way into turn 1. Any mistakes being seen throughout the field? Not as of yet. It's a nice long train of cars making their way around.
Yeah, it's going to be critical having a bit of slipstream down that back straight, but also curious to see how much that affects drivers through these longer turns here, such as at the start, or the middle of this opening sector, I should say, and then, of course, the final sector. Not a lot of aero on these cars, but nevertheless, maybe there's a little bit of a wash there that might be of note. But looks like O'Shea would rather have the bit of advantage that the toe will give him for the straight, just shy of 250 kilometers an hour, following Seth Brown here as they come up to turn 6 and already through the hairpin at dry sack. Trouble meanwhile for Ben Morris between turns 4 and 5. There's a bit of an extended stop over on that side of the circuit. I'll go figure out what's happened there for him, but we'll keep our eyes on Brown and O'Shea just in behind him still, as they're now up into turns 9 and 10. Just need to get these last couple of corners right to get their first lap in the books.
Replay here of, whoa, that is the 2-4-3 going for a big spin, Ben Morris. Yeah, unfortunately tarmac runoff there to pick him up, but he did slip into the barriers there. Seth Brown and Dylan O'Shea coming to the end of their first lap. Dylan Gray as well, just up ahead of them in the Suit Speed liveried car. Across the line they will come. 1:42 for Dylan Gray. And immediately Seth Brown and Dylan O'Shea top that. 1 minute 40.7 now the quickest time. Taliancic, Mulford, Mahoney and Delaney get in from 3rd to 6th respectively. So a good opening salvo of times there as Stovall goes 3rd fastest, Justin Wallace 6th, but he is immediately pipped as Zach McDonald goes to P5 himself. Oliver Patterson to 3rd. Here comes Bobby Jovanovic, former teammate of mine. Let's see how well he does. 1 minute 41.19 up to P3. Nice job.
Yeah, it's a good opening lap to get on the books there as, while we were talking about things, Kurt Stenberg with the adventurous pin entry. Unfortunately for Jovanovic, going to be pipped there by Brett Loxton in the HJR 209 as Chad Lewis looking to be winding up for a lap there in the ERT 727, and indeed is on the racing line looking to attack this opening sector here. is off sequence though, so hopefully, well, is off sequence, but long way behind drivers who are on a cool down lap. And saying that, not many of them are exactly going about it in a slow manner. They're all pushing back to the pits, of course, to get back out as soon as they can, as we keep our focus on Benjamin J. Smith here in the Gunner Night Race on Oz. Number 91 entry, looking to put a lap on the board here. No, that's not great though for turn 9.
No. Well, Benjamin Smith, yeah, he's going a bit too far beyond the curbs there. You can put 2 wheels into the green and blue painted concrete areas, but you have to keep 2 wheels on the curb. Otherwise, your lap is invalidated. Car 100, meanwhile, Bradley Vaughan. This is a driver that we've seen plenty of in previous times, and definitely looks like a livery you'd see on a real-life Australian touring car there, making his way into the dry sack hairpin. Bit slow. Looks like he might be on an out lap or a cool down lap as he made his way past Ben Morris there, who's had a bit of trouble getting his first time on the board. We've had everyone down to Dylan Gray. That is 16 cars out of the 20, or the 21 even, that we should be seeing having done lap times. Chad Lewis, one of the other ERT cars that we've seen throughout the season, gets himself into 13th overall, makes it 17 with times on the board.
All right then. Well, let's see Brad Vaughan here in the number 100. Us on the sim with Evolution Racing Team, running, of course, his colours with his Super 2 campaign in the real world. Good to see Brad able to get back on for a bit of a run around here tonight with a bit of downtime. Let's see how he'll go in translating his Ford Mustang out on track to getting the board as a, well, thanks to the fact that he has done a lap or so in qualifying. We can actually show you a predicted time there on the lower third as Brad Vaughan completes this one, and see if this number, actually we can just see if this number pans out, because at the moment it's tracking half a second faster than Seth Brown, Reese.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here. Could be a potential pole position. It's purple in Sector 1 for Bradley Vaughan. Will he be able to take that provisional top spot from Seth Brown? It's all about how you go through this next sector. Now he's hovering around the 1 minute 40.5 to 0.6 area at the moment. He's got to try and nail the throttle out of here, not get too much oversteer, get over to the other side of the track, and that's a bit of a slide there for Vaughan, and it falls out of the bracket there, unfortunately. Not going to be a provisional pole for Bradley Vaughan at this stage, but potentially a big improvement for him if he can keep it out on track. Regardless, he might just decide to bring it into the pits and go for another run a bit later on. No, actually, he is going to commit to the final corner. Kurt Stenberg in car 47, that's a name I haven't seen in a while, gets back into 9th spot, and Bradley Vaughan to the start-finish line now. It's going to be a 141.4, not the time he was looking for, and even then, I think it didn't count.
Nope, he's pushed the limits a bit too much somewhere, unfortunately. Same for, no, I was going to say same for Ben Morris, but it took a moment before it updated for us that he slots into provisional P3. And, yeah, not ideal for Brad Vaughan to have committed to that lap and not been able to, and it didn't stick, because that now means he's going to do this in lap, lose more time before he can get one started again. And a good note in the YouTube chat from, pardon me, one Brady Baldwin, who will be out in Group 2 shortly. Reese, it's getting warmer out there in the server. We're past 45 degrees Celsius track temperatures. Dylan O'Shea's had quite the moment there on pit entry, finding the grass on that one there. So he abandons that run, if that ever was one. Meanwhile, we look here, Mike Taliancic, Tim Mulford, Jamie Stovald on track, and Stovald goes to P5 with an improved lap there in the 987.
GG to Jamie Stovald. Making their way back to the pits now. Michael Taliancic out on track 2. Zach McDonald goes from 13th to 8th with his next fastest time, 141.362. And now we wait with bated breath to see just what we'll see from these drivers in the last 4.5 minutes of this first session. Every group gets 15 minutes. Overall, a 35-minute session. That gives space for 15 minutes for Group 1, 5-minute break, and then 15 minutes for Group 2 to end things out. And even then, probably going to be a bit less than a 5-minute break because we are running a heat session here. That means a hard cut to the end of qualifying. So I would say race control is going to tack an extra 2 minutes onto the Group 2 session just to allow them to complete their final hot laps. Indeed,
that is about as equitable as we can make it without getting into the nitty-gritty of exact minutes and seconds. Yes, we will see 17. The cars released for Group 2 at 17 minutes remaining. At least we should, to balance things out there. Which means that, with Group 1 ending in just under 4 minutes' time here, as a whole host of drivers just poured into the pit lane on the other side of the circuit, they'll get one final run here to try and go faster despite the increasing temperatures. Chad Lewis, though, he wants to come into this lap, getting on the headlights nice and early. That's a locked tyre into the hairpin at turn 6. And that's probably going to not help in the slightest in improving on 141.7. There. He'll slot past the Race on Oz car there. And Stenberg was well clear of the racing line through turn 8. We'll see if the 727 commits or will just abort and give himself a chance to reset and do this one final run as we now have 3 minutes to go.
Shame for Zach Rattray-White. We were given word that he just did a purple sector, but evidently decided the rest of the lap wasn't up to scratch, so into the pits he came. Chad Lewis, meanwhile, committing to the end of a lap here. His fastest lap of 141.7. Edging on a 141.8. Is this going to be an improvement for car 727, who's down in 17th right now? Yes, it is going to be an improvement, but only by 1 position. Dylan Gray goes 1 spot further down. Dylan is back out on track, so we should see an improvement from him. We've seen some excellent drives from Dylan Gray in the past few months, and looking forward to seeing what he can do here. Meanwhile, Seth Brown still holding on to the provisional top spot for Altus Australia. Of course, in case you missed it, and I'm sure there were plenty of you who didn't, it was a big team change in the run up to the Sandown 500. Pursuit Sim Racing was no more. They were absorbed by Altus Esports, and a new Altus Australia squad was created. Plenty of the former Pursuit Sim Racing drivers now driving in the green and gold colours with VRS sponsorship on their cars. And Seth making his way around the last couple of corners now. Meanwhile, our Split 2 winner, Dylan O'Shea, 2nd place at the moment in qualifying. Is this going to be an improvement for him? He's less than a 10th off Seth Brown's fastest time with the time he's got at the moment. Across the line he comes. It's a 140.89. Oh, just misses out.
I mean, to be half a 10th off your PB, which is only 700ths off the provisional pole time in these temperatures, that's no mean feat in my books. That will be the end of Dylan O'Shea's efforts here in qualifying, as we're inside of a minute to go here for Group 1. Kurt Stenberg coming off of the hairpin at Lorenzo. I don't think this will be an improvement based on what we saw from someone like Chad Lewis. He'll keep it hard right to shorten the run. Actually, he will find nearly a 10th. My apologies there to Kurt, and that will be worth 2 spots to him. Quite nice indeed. At the same time, just behind Justin Wallace in the number 13 GTIT Racing, that's a Gutter Night Racing car, as Brad Vaughan jumps up into P7, gets a competitive time on the board in the number 100.
Nicely done. Up into 7th place, 141.3. I don't think we're going to be seeing any more from him because we've only got 20 seconds left in the session. If you haven't started your lap by now, you probably won't be able to finish it. Mike Taliancic, meanwhile, down at 13th place right now. And it looks like he is on a lap. Mahoney rapidly gets out of the way. The 777 looking nice and stable right now. Mike has certainly had some good runnings so far this season too. Oh, that is the number 7 of Jovanovic off the circuit there, probably letting Tyler Blackburn go. He's only 2 positions behind Talyancic in the standings, so any improvement he can make will certainly be of a benefit through the second last corner here. So on the edge through that right-hand kink. And now down into the final hairpin. Improvement for Tim Mulford, gets up to 14th place from 16th. Here comes Blackburn. What can he do to improve on provisional 16th place? 1 minute 41.4. That is going to be a big improvement for him. But Talyancic, even bigger improvement. He gets into the top 10.
So the lot about who didn't get a lap lined up right there early on. As everyone at this part of the field is going to peel into the pits. The last car I saw get across the line in time was the 209 of Brett Loxton, who's just coming up towards turn 11 now. Let's see if he can improve on his time here as rounds turns 11 and 12 and awfully close to the track limits there through turns 12, and will abort that one. So unfortunately no improvement there, which means I think that will be our drivers in Group 1 complete, and we'll be able to turn our attention to the provisional results for qualifying here so far today.
Yep, Seth Brown and Dylan O'Shea neck and neck at the front. Ben Morris, Loxton, McDonald, that is your top 5. Stovall and Jovanovic making a very good case for themselves, setting the exact same time down to the 1,000th of a second. Meanwhile, Mike Talyancic, Bradley Vaughan and Oliver Patterson round out the provisional top 10.
I do. P11 at the moment. It's in the hands of Kurt Stenberg there in the 47. 1/1000th of a second ahead of Zach Rattray White, mind you, in the quality control racing number 15. Justin Wallace next there. 13's all round for Justin so far at this stage there in the Gutter Light Race on Oz entry, just ahead of teammate Tyler Blackburn there in the 947 as well. Tim Mulford about almost a 10th back from Blackburn there in P15, has 400ths to his advantage over Joe Mahoney in a bit of a race on Oz sandwich there with the 36 in P16. Mike Wangus, they're one of our Fishing Motorsport entries tonight in P17 after Q1. Chad Lewis there down in 18th. Will be ruining a couple of mistakes that unfortunately happened to him. Dylan Gray there 19th. Ty Delaney in 20th place, our second Fishing Motorsports entry. And Benjamin J. Smith with a uncompetitive time there, unfortunately. Putting him dead last of our cars that are headed out. Reese got a time on the board, and just like that, the green flag will fly for qualifying Group 2, and we'll now see our next 20 cars head on out to the circuit.
Indeed we will. Currently leading the charge out of pit lane. No surprise to see it's Griffin Gardner right at the front of this train. And there's your track temp. It's rising ever further. 46 degrees now. It's going to be a big challenge for these drivers to top the time set at the beginning of the Group 2 session. Looks like Luke Rosella has decided it's time to make his way to the front of the train. Rosella was looking pretty competitive in practice, so I'm interested to see what he can do here in qualifying. Looks to me like Gardner, he's just touring around slowly. He's trying to preserve the tyres here. That's something that you're going to be seeing from, I think, a few of the drivers at the top of the timesheets. They're going to make their way as slowly around the lap as they can without getting an infraction, and that will ultimately preserve the amount of rubber that they can use. It'll also mean that when the tyres do come up to temperature on the hot lap, they won't fall off in terms of grip as quickly as they otherwise would. This is going to be a very intriguing qualifying session.
Yeah, this is going to be one to watch here. Who can get a lap in early? Because it looks like the way the temperature's going, your best opportunity is right here, right now, at the start of the session, which means you've got to find a bit of track space so you can go about getting a lap on the board. So it'll be Luke Rosella first to the line, shadowed by teammate Brady Baldwin, then Gardner. No, pardon me, told you. In behind Baldwin is now Tyson Broad. Then it's Gardner, Leonage, Hobson, Connor Nixon shadowing in the 168 Vermilion Motorsports entry. And Scott Gamble's persistently white car at the moment, and that is by design, apparently. For a second, I thought that wasn't the case. But anyways, go up to the front of the queue with Rosella and see how he goes here in the start of Q2.
All right, Rosella through turn 3 and 4 now. And we'll keep an eye on the sectors between he and Griffin Gardner. Using the curbs very nicely on the way through. Just keeping 2 wheels on the blue and white. That is the limit of legality around this track. 26.5 for Rosella, 26.6 for Griffin Gardner. So Rosella has the edge for the time being, but it'll all come down to what Sector 2 brings into Dry Sack. And got to be smooth, got to get the car rotated. Don't slide too much on the exit of these corners. You want to try and preserve traction, which is another one of the things that's incredibly important around this circuit, with quite a few hairpins going into very significant acceleration zones. Coming up very shortly to the second sector line now. And Rosella, well, 44.133. And looking smooth on the way out again as well. 44.0 for Griffin Gardner. It looks like the advantage might swing back in the favor of the number 93 at this stage. It's going to be neck and neck between these two. Speaking of, necks being very close to each other. Rosella out of the final corner now, and this is going to tell the story. The final lap time in the first run of the second group of qualifying. And across the line, he'll come 140.7 for Luke Rosella. What about Griffin Gardner? What's he going to do? Baldwin gets into 7th place. Nothing for Griffin Gardner. He's decided to abandon the lap as Rehan Leonage goes to the top.
Yeah, but look at the margins here. Only 800s ahead of Seth Brown. Now, not to take away from Seth Brown's performance, but he was outside the top 20 in pre-qual. The track temperature is now approaching 47 degrees Celsius. As we're telling Andrew Gilliam, apparently on track for P1, and in fact, he will go P1. There we go. He's been a master of qualifying in the back half of the year, in particular. Reese and pulls nearly 2 tenths on the field when everyone else is playing by the hundredths at this stage. It looks like that there is the 1 lap pace now to beat, as it puts our first time and the only time in the 140.5 bracket.
Wow. Good job there from Andrew Gilliam. Got his mojo back after a pretty disastrous endurance campaign. For the most part anyway. There were definitely some bright spots for the Altus 201. We saw Connor Nixon making his way out of the pits just before as well. And Connor Nixon running a 141.0 in practice. I would expect him to be knocking on the door of the top 10 potentially by the end of the session. And I'm looking at the lap times here. Luke Rosella, and keep in mind, this is when the track was a lot cooler. Luke Rosella's fastest lap time was a 1 minute 40.032 in practice. I gotta say, there's no way that any of the drivers are going to be matching that with such a rapid increase in track time.
No, it's going to be hard to say the least. So I'm just trying to get up. I'm going to just set up on my end some extra data for me to keep an eye on things here in qualifying, including some sector timings of my own, which should be handy to say the least. So, Griffin Gardner now needs to put one on the board here, as everyone else is getting ready to head out for their second lap. So, off sequence to the field. The advantage then he might have is that temperatures look a little steady for now, so we'll be roughly even with everyone else. You can see there, nice and cruisy, no rush for him. And indeed, the number 61 that is following him around, that would be Dylan Pereira. As I'm being told, yeah, track temperature now 47, and yeah, I can see it on my end. Actually, according to my overlays, I can apparently see track temp to a decimal place, and it's on its way to... Actually, no, never mind. It's jumped to 47, so there we go. Very much proper. So, Griffin Gardner, this is going to be about it, I think, if you want to respond to the time set so far into turn 1. thrashing the limiter there, Reese, on the downshifts as he went that car down from 5th to 2nd. Let's have a look here at how the 93 is handling in these conditions. That looks smooth and under control for the first 3 turns so far.
Yep, making those micro adjustments on the exit as well. These cars so difficult to control on the throttle, and it's so important to get on the power early in these things, get the car rotated on the exit of the corner, and exit as straight as possible. Especially important around Jerez with long corners like the one Griffin Gardner just went through. Now on the onboard, you see just how much he's pushing on the downshifts as well. He is revving the heck out of that thing, trying to get the engine braking going on the rear axle. Of course, these cars being as heavy as they are, it's important to run a lot of rearward brake bias, because otherwise they just plow through the corners. You have to get them rotated on entry. You got to keep the rotation going when you pick up the throttle through the corners, and then try and straighten out as much as possible for the exit. A little bit of traffic here for Gardner, but manages to avoid it. Let's see through these last few corners whether or not he has what it takes to dethrone Andrew Gilliam from the top step of qualifying so far into the final corner. Bit of traffic here. Drivers trying to line up for a hot lap, but Gardner's sector times looking reasonably competitive here. Is this going to be what he needs? 140.5 is the time he has to beat, and oh my goodness, so close. That's half a tenth in it between Gilliam, Gardner, and, well, Leonage not that far back either.
All right, then we have ourselves a real good old-fashioned one-on-one, it looks like at this stage, for a chance at pole position here for race 1 tonight. As looking here at Brenton Hobson for the moment. Being told you might want to go and have a look at Andrew Gilliam at some point soon as well, and I can see why. I'm seeing a purple sector next to Mr. Gilliam's name here, as he's already out and around turn 7 on his second flyer race. So yeah, might want to watch the 201 in a second here, as we were watching the 88 for a moment up the road, as Gilliam tries to ease that car through turn 8, set up for turn 9 to keep the run going here into the 3rd sector.
All right, here we go then. Will Hobson stick to it? No, he won't. He'll peel off into the pits. Very interesting method of entry to the lane here at Jerez. You've got to dip very far to the left on the way in, and it's a very tight corner on the way through as well. Gilliam is sticking with this lap. Is this going to be the improvement he needs on the 140.51 that he currently has? An improvement for Leonage. Manages to dethrone Luke Rosella from the top 3 once again, as the time is there for Gilliam, and it's not quite enough. Only 5 thousandths in it.
Well, personal best in the 3rd sector, maybe the 4th or the 5th. I actually can't tell, because apparently I've not got that set up correctly on my end to actually display without having a freak out. There we go. Now I can actually read that properly. There's 4 sectors here, according to iRacing on Jerez. So we'll keep tabs on that in a little bit there, as check in with a driver who's yet to set a competitive time. Is a time nonetheless. Dan Hall, the 462 Evolution Racing Team entry here, Reese, and has a personal best in Sector 1 to his name so far, but I'm not seeing improvement in Sectors 2 or 3 at this stage on this one. Let's see what he can do.
The last couple of corners then for Dan Hall, and beautiful flowing right going into a right-hand kink. If you want some YouTube viewing, I'll strongly suggest watching Ayrton Senna's 1990 pole lap from Circuito de Jerez. The way he takes those last those 2 corners is incredible. 1 minute 41.96 for Dan Hall. Once again, it's a case of a driver being just off what they need. The increasing track temperature is proving to be a huge factor in drivers not being able to improve on their times from the start of the session. You ready for this? Look at that. It's up to 48 degrees Celsius now. You could fry an egg almost.
Might be a bit of a slow fry, but Yeah, the fact that any improvements to lap times are going to require absolute perfection is rather telling, as Ian Ford has missed the apex of the final corner by quite some margin there, but winding up perhaps for a lap in the 115. No, that was an improvement from a 141.6 to 141.55. So unfortunately for Fordy, still over a second off your leader, and that means he's down in P29 at this stage in the session. Oh, he has come up though from a P31 with that slight improvement. Here we go. Griffin Garner, minimum speed possible before he sets up for this next run. This might almost be it as well. Don't forget the hard cut coming here for Group 2. It means drivers have to time this run right if they want to get it in. And at the rate the temperature keeps going up, there's no time like the present race.
Yep. If you want to get your fast laps in, get them in now. Heck, get them in 10 minutes ago. Griffin Gardner getting chased very closely by Rehan Leonage's teammate at Phoenix Racing Team, Dylan Pereira. That was David Kirby just peeling off the track and letting them go on this hot lap. Gardner then, 1 minute 40.568. He needs to find 5 hundredths to make his way past Andrew Gilliam, who just let them go himself. He's on an outlap. He's on the verge of his final attack on provisional pole position for round 14 of V8SCOPS here at Jerez. Gardner then looks like a nice clean lap so far for the number 93. And he's already on the headlight flash for Tyson Broad up ahead in the drop bear number 24, who immediately lets them go. It's good to see that the drivers are being very heads up about where they are on the track, and we haven't seen much in the way of impeding during qualifying so far. Gardner then through the double right-hander, and this is a place where we've seen a lot of mistakes being made. The left side tyres are going through quite a bit in this final section of the lap. It's 4 right-hand corners in a row, and the tyres are screaming for mercy by the time you come out of turn 12. Looks like Gardner's kept it within track limits. There's going to be a clean run into the final corner. Barely any hint of a lock-up, barely any hint of protest from the rear end on the way into the corner or out as well. Is this going to be what Griffin Gardner needs to take pole position?
Coming up the line now. No, look at that. Another 5 1,000ths of a second. No.
But Pereira improves massively to P5 behind him. How's that?
That shows you there. Able to follow pretty nicely. Does do a 140.7. And that is checks the box. Paul Young improving to 14th place. While we were watching Gardner, and as it turns out, Pereira as well. Robbie Gibbs went to 9th. That's now 10th in the number 2 machine. Luke Rosella, what has he got in terms of this final run that he'll be able to put on the board? He's certainly pushing. Has 2 personal bests on my end, Reese, as he using all of the curb here. Speed building through the right-handers here, and then get it ready. Get it pulled up for the hairpin here at Lorenzo. Get that car straightened up as soon as he can for the exit or the curb. Shortest run of the line here. This might be close as the timing line's here in the shadow. Ooh. Oh, it's awfully close.
It is, and it's good enough for second spot. 1/100th of a second faster than Griffin Gardner. Meanwhile, Andrew Gilliam has gone purple in the first sector. He holds on to provisional pole position, but any improvement he can make in these final minutes will certainly pay dividends for him. Jake O'Reilly in the 222 coming to the end of a lap. We're hearing this should be an improvement for the driver currently sitting in 7th spot. 1 minute 40.6. Oh, nicely done. That's 2 spots gained over Dylan Pereira and Seth Brown. Purple sector 3 from Gilliam, and that's 3 of the 5 sectors that this track is split into on iRacing. So let's see if this works out now for the Altus 201.
1 corner left for Gilliam. Getting so close in his first run here. What has he got left as he brings his car up towards the line? Get to that shadow as soon as you can. And he's going to go under the 140 point. Oh, it's close. It's an update here. It's actually a little smaller of a jump than we first thought, but he will find 3 1,000ths of a second to nudge his advantage up to a 0.5 tenth.
And it looks like Dan Hall's going to be the last driver to get across the line. Hopefully he has the time to do that. Yeah, he's going to be very lucky. I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, coming through the final corner with 5 seconds to go. Run to the line, you have another 6 seconds from here. So Hall is just going to miss out on getting to the end of the session. Wow, what a qualifying that was. Can't wait to see how things go in the race. Let's go through the grid for the first race here at Jerez. 24 laps with a compulsory pit stop coming up for you. Andrew Gilliam and Luke Rosella on the front row, only separated by 0.5 of a second. Griffin Gardner, championship leader and almost champion-elect coming into the last couple rounds of the season, starts alongside Rehan Leonage, who has definitely gotten back on the wagon there with that fantastic performance. Jacob O'Reilly and Dylan Pereira. That is an awesome third row there. Congratulations to the both of them for setting such competitive times. But big hand to Seth Brown, who, part of the first group of qualifying, took advantage of the cooler track temperature to qualify 7th alongside Dylan O'Shea, our Split 2 winner. Meanwhile, rounding out the top 10, we have Brenton Hobson and Robbie Gibbs, Synergy and ERT, two powerhouse squads.
That they are indeed. P11 is going to be Scott Gamble there for WKMP Sim Sports, sharing row 6 with Ben Morris there for Phase 4 Motorsport in the 2:43. That's a Mustang there indeed. P13 goes to Brett Loxton today, half a second off of our pole position time. He's sharing that row with Paul Young next to our Phase 4 cars, lining up nose to tail. Zach McDonald going to start in P15 for this one here today, sharing row 8 with Brady Ball there in the 07. As we can work our way down the order some more. Apparently a dead heat too in the millisecond, but there might have been a 4th decimal place in the background that sorted this one out. Jamie Stovall will be the car slightly ahead of Bobby Jovanovic on the grid here for race 1. 17th and 18th for them. Our top 20 race rounded out by Mike Taliantich in 19th and Brad Vaughan there in P number 20.
Oliver Patterson and Kurt Stenberg on the 11th row of the grid. Then they're followed by Zach Rattray-White and David Kirby. Tyson Broad qualifies 25th alongside Justin Wallace for Race on Oz. Kenneth Latter and Tyler Blackburn 27th and 28th. Connor Nixon and Tim Mulford will round out our top 30 with just under a minute to go before the grid goes off. We'll go through the final 10 places. Ford versus Mahoney on the next row with Michael Angus starting alongside Chad Lewis. Meanwhile, Dylan Gray, 35th place alongside Ty Delaney. And then we have Teo Sorono and Anthony Visma, 37th and 38th. Daniel Hall starts alongside Benjamin Smith, rounding out the top 40. Final car to take to the grid will be Cameron Jones for 9.5 Sim Sports in the middle of the final hairpin.
We can just see him there in the background in the black and green 9.5 Sim Sports entry. And that's going to be a bit of an interesting starting spot. Looks like we've got ourselves about, is that 5, maybe 6 cars that will be starting on the curve. So fingers crossed for them. And they don't get too crossed up here as our grid timer is about to hit 0. And we'll get this 24-lap opening race underway. Can Gilliam convert the pole to a lead at turn 1? Unlike what we saw in Super Split 2, where it was going to be Dylan O'Shea to the lead from Thomas Hins. We get going here in race number 1, Reese, and it's going to be a good start for Dylan Pereira. They're going to go up the middle of his teammate. O'Reilly going to brush doors with him there. It will be Gilliam at the front, though, leading as we're 3 wide here for 4th. It'll be O'Reilly who hangs on with, it's going to be Leonage on his outside. Split 2 winner O'Shea now up the inside of Pereira. That opens the door to Seth Brown to take the spot off the number 61 here as it's 2 by 2 a long way through the pack. I saw some wheel contact there for one of the Phase 4 cars sliding through turn 3, but he hangs on for now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Got some problems for Anthony Visma and the 111 of Teo Sorono. They managed to sort themselves out, but Teo Sorono evidently a bit unhappy with how things have gone for him there. So, looks like a pretty clean start, all things considered. And, well, we still have half the first lap to go, so I'll shut up for now. Robert Gibbs, meanwhile, defending from Seth Brown in the number 5. Brenton Hobson versus Scott Gamble just behind them as they come through dry sack. Everyone giving each other a reasonable amount of room from what I can see. A little bit of biff and barge as is to be expected, but we haven't had any big crashes yet. Touch wood.
Touch wood indeed is the important part of the story here. as they'll round turns 10 at the front of this field to get this one underway. Once again, Gilliam got the jump to start things off, but it's certainly close between himself and Rosella here. So there we go, nice static shot as the field sweeps through 11 and 12. Alex Creville and Ferrari, your corner names here on this moto configuration. Single file until we get to, I believe that'd be Damien Canton. So sorry, that's Ty Delaney and Anthony Visma. Yeah, 39th and 40th on the track. And then a little bit further back. Oh, big drama.
no.
That's Kirby Jones. Chad Lewis there parked up.
Yeah.
And is that Jovanovic there? It's been involved in the ANZ machine.
Yeah. That was all the way down in the field. Bobby Jovanovic missing his front end out of that. What on earth went on at the final corner? It looks to me like it was started by Tim Mulford, spinning Jovanovic around coming into the final corner. Jovanovic blocks the track, and the rest of them have nowhere to go.
Just arrive on the scene. Actually surprising how much damage Jovanovic's car is presenting, because he didn't look like he hit things too hard there as Robbie Gibbs up the inside on O'Shea. It's got Gamble up the inside of Hobson, but he's locked the rears in the 543. He just gets it pulled up, and Hobbo leaves just enough space to avoid that from becoming a bit more calamitous. This is Vaughan eyeing off Zach McDonald's spot through turn 7. We'll be able to finish that one at turn 8. Maybe can he get the power down the inside? Yes, he will get clear of 113 for a moment. And then Brady Baldwin going to crisscross on McDonald here for turn 9 and steal another spot there, be able to disrupt the momentum. As in all of this moment here, haven't even had a chance to go back to the rear. It's Hobbo! Oh, Hobbo in the wall on the outside of 10.
Oh, that's a disaster for Brenton Hobson, who was running strongly in the top 10 up to this point. So that is one Synergy car that's having some issues getting started there, with everyone taking the runoff on the exit to just extend the corner. He does get back going without any further damage. Now, Chad Lewis got a mechanical black flag from the incident that we saw at the final corner. So expect him to come in and get that damage repaired. Meanwhile, the race up the front working very nicely. Unfortunately for Brenton Hobson, it just looks like a bit of contact with Gamble on the exit of turn 10. It was rear quarter to front quarter contact on the exit that just sent Hobbo into the barriers. We'll see how it happened here. So Gamble getting past Hobbo very nicely, but a little bit of overlap on the exit. Hobbo could have afforded to back out there potentially, but he was racing hard and unfortunately paying the price there.
That's a shame to see indeed. That duel not working out in a good way here, as apparently Scott Gamble's lost a bunch of spots on this lap. And
he made a mistake. He went for a slide a couple of corners ago. He went off into the gravel trap on the outside of the sweeping right-hander. So I don't know if a redress is on the cards there.
Well, there we go. So that might just answer that one there, as there's been plenty of scrapping and dueling in this one here, up and down the field. They're now lined up behind Brady Baldwin for what is 10th place. This train extends to at least 18th. I'd say you could probably go all the way back to Serrano in 32nd if you want to stretch the definition. Oh, he's actually going to do it. Madman. All right. Well, we're going to have to remove one of those cars because Tim Mulford got a black flag for turning Chad Lewis in all of this here. So we'll see the 85 down the pit lane at some point, and it takes that penalty now, as there you go, Paul Young having to defend from McDonald. As you look at them here, just an almost unbroken string of cars at this stage in the race. We've also got Tyson Broad fighting with Mike Teliancic. That is for 18th place. They're crossing over each other over back and forward. Bit of contact in the middle of the corner there, as both cars slowed right up there, and they're going to be side by side still into turn 4. With Zach Rattray White trying to find a way past. Oliver Pattinson's got there as well on the 026. Watch out for Ken Latta too. It's getting very busy. This is lap 3, ladies and gentlemen, and this is fracturing the gap as we're going to go side by side with double live view here, Reese.
Yeah, the lead battle is starting to come down here. Luke Rosella putting in a fantastic lap so far, and right on the back of Andrew Gilliam is through dry sack. That pack is showing no signs of slowing down. Ken Latta takes the position over Patterson, who now has to face off against Justin Wallace coming into the double left complex that immediately goes into the double right. Well, you'd say a quadruple right. The last two of which our leaders are going through at the moment. Gilliam starting to feel the pressure here from Rosella. I'll be interested to see what the lap times are at the end of this, because, man, Rosella is looking mighty aggressive. He wants this win. Andrew Gilliam wants to get as many points as he can. He knows that he's behind the championship moment second. Gardner still sitting there in third spot. Look at the lap time. They set the exact same lap down to the 1,000. That's close to battle for the leaders right now.
It's getting very interesting indeed. The front also definitely getting a little interesting in the mid-pack. Board had an absolute lunge on 9 final corner, but wasn't able to get pulled up at the 24, ran deep, and in the crossover, made contact with Ladder, knocking him a bit sideways. We've had a bit more contact between context in there. Benjamin Smith's car not looking too great, and Smith up the inside, turn 5. So the crossover with the run here and a wibble for Smith. We're going to go back and just see that little moment for the two cars. They got awfully close to each other. Nothing happening of it now, although Nixon forces the issue on live up the inside of the hairpin.
The Race on Oz Mustang having to go wide there at the back of the pack. Meanwhile, JTIT Race on Oz Commodore falls back into line. It looks like Andrew Gilliam has gotten a little bit more of a gap over Luke Rosella at the front of the field. And man, what a fight this is. We have our top 5 still in very close proximity here at the end of the 5th lap. And remember, none of these guys have taken their mandatory pit stop yet. We've only seen Chad Lewis take to the pits to get his car repaired after the first lap mechanical black flag, and I think he got his service done in the midst of that as well. Tim Mulford, of course, with a drive-through penalty. No one else has taken to the pits yet so far, so it's going to be out-and-out battling here, I think, until around about the halfway point.
Yeah, I would think drivers are going to want to try and make their tyres go halfway at the very least, because you go in here, there's a bit of nose to tail in and around 20th place. Well, actually, it's more like in and around 19th with Broad, Patterson, and that's Wallace and Ian Ford. And now it's 40. All kinds of loose through turn 4. Going to be vulnerable to Rattray White, but that puts the 15 up on the outside on the entrance to turn 5 here at Cito Ponds. Looking at things here. Broad's had a couple of rough laps now. Lost the back of Mike Tallantage, who he was fighting with. So there you go, Ford defending from Rattray White. Further on back, you've got Sorono. Dan Hall, as being told, going on board real quickly with Ian Ford here. Yeah, lost the spot to Justin Wallace through turns 3 and 4, and then how's that there for trying to hold it straight?
Oh, wow. That is incredible. I mean, Ian Ford's car control has always been one of the magnificent aspects of his driving. It's not really doing him any favors at the moment, though, going for so many slides with such a hot track out there at the moment. Now, does anyone go for the pits this time around? Beautiful shot of the final hairpin. You see once again that Gilliam and Rosella, they are matching each other beautifully right now. Looks like only 0.05 of a second between them on that lap. I'm seeing trouble for Kurt Stenberg. He lost a spot. No, actually, that was to Scott Gamble, who's decided to take the short way around the final turn and come into the pits along with Ian Ford.
There's some issue to watch here. Track temperature in its continue march upwards has hit the half-ton mark, 50 degrees Celsius. So that is absolutely boiling temperatures. Well, actually, no, it's literally halfway to boiling. So it's certainly melting them at this stage. As we're going to go back to the front of the field, because here we go. Rosella threatens for half a moment there, and Gilliam decides to just track quarter car width over to cut that one off before Rosella committed to anything there. but now properly stalking the 201 through every corner at this stage here, Reese. And I get the feeling we might be seeing here that the SSR 29 looking a little stronger as these laps click by here versus what Gilliam's got for us underneath his hands and feet.
Yeah, the pressure is certainly on. I'm seeing that Bradley Vaughan has been given a penalty for contact with Scott Gamble on lap 3. So it wasn't a mistake that Gamble had earlier. It was actually a hit from Vaughan in Decido Ponds, unfortunately. So that's a drive-through penalty for the number 100, who currently sits in 11th spot. Still no sign of a big move from Luke Rosella to get by Andrew Gilliam, but there's potential that Rosella will be trying to pressure Gilliam into overusing his tyres. No, well, no, scratch that. Up the inside, he goes to turn 2 and a bit of a bump as well. Gets into the lead of the race. That loses the both of them considerable time to Griffin Gardner behind, who's right on the back of Andrew Gilliam.
You just had to call it then, didn't you, Reese? Oh, man, it's almost like Roselle was actually plugged in listening to you before you actually say the words that you want. As we're going to go to a replay to show where Brad Vaughan's pits on. So Chris crossing over on the entry to Cito Ponds. And yeah, the way Race Control has been handing penalties, not too surprised that one there ended up a drive-through as he's, just absolutely barged his way past Scott Gamble. And a naughty moment there as back to the front of the field on live, and already Rosella pulling about 3 car lengths on Gilliam there. As Gardner now crossed up underneath him. We'll go back and have a look at that pass once again here, this time on board with the 29.
Yeah, that was a big dive there from Rosella. He absolutely went for it and pulled it up for the apex, but Gilliam, I think, not quite expecting that, and now has a little bit of a dent on the front right as a result, but no considerable damage for the 201. Once again, no one going for the pits at the front of the field. I think they're going to try and make this first stint last as long as possible because they do not want to be dealing with worn tyres, or at least 2 worn tyres right at the end of the race. That is where some of the big positions can be made up. For now, for Gilliam, it's just a case of getting back into the rhythm, trying to keep up with Rosella, and I mean, actually, Rosella's doing a good job of streaking away as Kurt Stenberg takes his pit stop.
Yeah, he's going to be the only one that was around him at this point by the looks of things, so outlier amongst all of this one here at this stage. Keep watching this fight for the front here. Slightly calming down. Your 3 drivers that we sort of say are in championship contention here. Gilliam, Gardner, Leonage, all lined up nose to tail at this stage. Gilliam gets a couple of points, but nowhere near enough to get back in contention. And neither... there's been trouble up at turn 5. Oh, big trouble at turn 5.
Oh,
Angus and Nixon are off in the gravel.
Oh, that's big. That's huge. Connor Nixon already having carried a lot of damage from the first couple of laps, and he stopped in the gravel trap. Has he stalled it? Oh, he's managed to get it fired up. Let's see what happened between them then. Nixon on the inside and Michael Angus on the outside. Oh, no, that looks messy. Oh, poor Nixon. Innocent victim there.
Yeah, got turned into a literal cannon, did Michael Angus, although you'd have to say that looks like that's of his choosing, trying to cross over without having the clearance there. So,
it was Teo Sorono who made contact with there in the 111. And I think that Teo's not going to face any kind of penalty for that. I don't think it would be reasonable to expect a car to cut across you there, but contact from behind from Daniel Hall at the hairpin there. Sorry, I was still on replay. This battle's continuing on hard. Actually, no, it's not. In goes Sorono into the pits. There goes Vaughan as well, taking his drive-through penalty.
Yep. Disappointing for Vaughan there, but it is what it is now. As we look back here at Rattray White, it says P21 for him. Trying to change down a couple of cars ahead, though, as check back in later as at the front of the field. Still Rosella from Gilliam. Margin there growing steadily between our top two. Gardner shadowing Gilliam. Not looking for a move just yet, but, well, if odds or anything, that could be changing any time in the next little while. As in the meanwhile, down towards the hairpin. Oh, Broad's going to lock up by himself. That'll allow Wallace through. Latrio White's going to solo spin as well on the exit in the 15.
Yeah, probably didn't anticipate having to go so... Whoa, careful on the re-entry, mate. Oh, that was lucky.
Everyone able to get single file and get the other side of the road as Gilliam is all kinds of squirrely now in the 201. There has lost several tenths in this lap alone, and Wallace has had a moment up at turn 9. I wonder if that's some contact. Nope, that's another solo moment. Separate again. So a couple of drivers now losing the rears. Braking and acceleration as Ball went to the pit lane. So going to rewind. So look, Broad locks up, runs way wide. Ratcho White looks for the inside. And from that angle, from what I saw with an overhead shot, yeah, just when you take up 3/4 of the track reversing like that, that's not ideal by any stretch of the means.
No, didn't take anybody out, but it would still be classed as an unsafe re-entry, I think. So Baldwin, Justin Wallace, and Benjamin Smith all down in the lane at the moment. 1 Synergy and 2 Race on Oz. Oh dear. There's been a lot going on in this race so far, hasn't there? Gilliam, once again, still very slidey. And I was going to raise the point. The amount of solo spins that we're seeing, probably an effect of the very high track temperature. It's gone up again, we're hearing. My lord, 51 degrees Celsius. And no wonder we're seeing so much sliding. These tyres are overheating at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, tyre conservation now. Very much the name of the game, and that's the only way to keep your lap times relatively sane. In fact, for our leaders, they're lapping slower than the Super Split 2 cut drivers were by virtue of tyre or track temperature alone. They're doing 1 minute 43. Says Leonage going to be the first one to commit.
Oh no!
He's just held on to that though.
Good recovery.
How much time has he lost from that? As O'Shea's in trying to get that car pulled up for the pits. He's followed in. So the Phoenix Racing Team cars of Leonage and Pereira, both in, sandwiched by Shea, as we're hearing, and I can see on my end as well. Michael Anger is going to give it a drive-through for his involvement in the incident. As here's what it looked like on board with Leonage. Rears locked very early on his way into the lane there, Reese.
Yeah, you're having to alter your line while braking because the pit entry lane spears off from the racetrack at quite an angle. Good on him once again to keep that nicely run into the lane. But he looks like he has come out nicely, with good advantage over the other cars that came in with him. It looks to me like O'Shea has managed to get the jump on Pereira at pit exit as well. And now he's up behind Cameron Jones.
It did come in that way. It was Leonage, O'Shea, Pereira in that order.
It was, but O'Shea and Pereira were side by side on the pit exit.
Oh, that's what. Pardon me there for chiming in there, but looks like O'Shea's going to be a bit of a helping hand there. Clears his teammate in Cameron Jones. As Brenton Hobson's had more trouble this time down at turn 2 in the 88.
Oh dear. Stopped. Is he able to get it fired up? Yes, he is. Just on the edge of the gravel trap, and nice amount of space there. Looks like a bit more damage to the rear, as once again we see the difference between used tyres and fresh tyres. O'Shea not quite able to take advantage of it up behind the ERT Mustang, but inside line for the next corner, gets it done, and it looks like Dylan Pereira wants to follow him through here. O'Shea now has to go defensive versus Pereira, who's actually having a fantastic night of racing so far. Seth Brown, meanwhile, coming in from 6th. He's going to get his mandatory pit stop out of the way, as is Ben Morris. Here's what happened between O'Shea and Pereira on the pit exit, and, well, I think Pereira seeing discretion as the better part of valor and just letting O'Shea go there.
Yeah, that was definitely a concession from Pereira to make sure that that pit exit wasn't messy in any way, shape, or form, and, I mean, yeah, didn't need to do it, there is a bit of tolerance permitted on the pit exit, although it makes spotting your exit markers a little difficult if you go that path. Seth Brown's going to pop out around Zach Rattray White. He's going to swing around the outside of Rattray White. That's down in 15th place on the moment, but that is not corrected, of course. That puts him at the 6th car on track at the moment to have taken tyres. Pardon me, the 5th, because we have Brad Vaughan amongst all of them, and he's yet to come to the lane for compulsory service. So, at the end of this one, there'll be 11 laps to go. Our leaders look like they're going to go longer at this point. The thing is, now Luke Rosella has a margin. We saw this in Split 2. Except, of course, what happened in Split 2, O'Shea went so long that he ended up having... So here's what's happened.
Oh, no!
Benjamin Smith, what in the world?
Yeah, well, I mean, Hobbo was struggling to maintain control of that car, so there would have been a big pace difference, but still, that was a very heavy hit. Griffin Gardner, meanwhile, coming into the pit lane. Robert Gibbs follows him in. So this is going to probably define how Luke Rosella and Andrew Gilliam approach the rest of this race. This is on board with Smith, and oh my God. I feel for Smith in that respect. He had his teammate ahead of him and probably wouldn't have wanted to veer out of the way. But, yeah, it's just a difficult spot to be in, I suppose.
Yeah, it feels a little clumsy there. As we're going to see here, Gardner off of the pit lane now. Is Leonage actually going to get the undercut on him? Okay.
Yes.
So that's good. Impressive to see here. Is being told there's an update coming. The track temperature update. Yep, it's on its way to 52 degrees. So continues to climb. So the question now being at this rate is what's it going to be by the time we're done? And we do have, as I said, 10-minute break after this race to give everyone a chance to cool off, as it were, and then we'll go for 30 laps. Yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch here. Also, quickly, I thought Garner, okay, if Leonage got this margin and Gardner was right up behind Gilliam, does Rehan Leonage have a stab at taking the lead of this race if they've got pace over the leaders here?
Potentially.
Because they didn't respond and come in on the last lap.
Yeah.
They're going at least 2 laps longer here on old tyres.
Yeah, the thing is, though, what Leonage is going to have to deal with here is, looks like Gilliam's going to go for the stop now. See how this works out, whether or not Leonage will get the jump on Gilliam as well. That's how you do the pit entry at Jerez. Nicely done. The problem for Leonage is he was the first out of the top 3, top 4 to go for the lane. It does mean that his tyres are going to be in a lot worse shape by the end of the race. And regardless of whether or not he gets the positions right now, he's going to be a sitting duck, I think, in the last few laps of the race. He's immediately guarding the entry to the first turn here as Gilliam comes out of the lane, and it looks like Leonage is going to get a huge jump on him. What was that pit stop time like for Gilliam? It was around about the same, actually. Yep. As Leonage. So, yeah, the tyre undercut is worth so much in these conditions.
Yeah, this is purely tyre delta due to temperature. It's even more extreme than what we saw in Split 2. And at 26 seconds, the gap from Rosella to Leonage, and it's also come under that now on this lap. Leonage here is going to be in the lead of the race. Because don't forget, Rosella was about 1.5 seconds ahead of Gilliam, easily 1.5 seconds margin there in that group. So
compare the pair. Compare
the pair, indeed.
Luke Rosella's last lap was a 1:43.6. Leonage did a 1:41.9. As Jake O'Reilly is having a lot of adventures with Dylan O'Shea out on track. Sorry. Here comes Rosella into the lane.
All right. Finally gets us the stop that he owes, and as you said, this puts Leonage at a 4-lap deficit to Rosella, 3 laps to Gilliam, and 2 laps to Gardner. So I would think this is within the realm of possibility, but Gardner clearly has better pace at this stage in defense driving. Pardon me, that's not going to help them get ahead here, although already off the hairpin. Rosella's still parked up for a couple of seconds here, so indeed they will clear comfortably. There we go. 29 off the jacks, 1, 2 done. In fact, Gilliam's going to beat Rosella to turn 1. One lap undercut.
Yeah, the 1 lap undercut's super strong, isn't it? And to add to that, Rosella was 4/10 slower than Gilliam through the pit lane.
Yeah, there you go. That'll do it for you. And knowing how to get the most out of the pit lane is critical. And as we come to the start of lap 16 for these drivers, can confirm that all drivers have conserved at least a compulsory stop. So that will cycle the field. Tyler Blackburn down on the lane, but this one's for black flag for contact on lap number 12 rather than a pit stop there. That's the one involving, interesting, that's actually apparently for the incident involving Hobson and Ben Smith. So has something happened at turn 1 there, perhaps, that we didn't quite get a look at in the moment?
Maybe. I'm going to go back and check. I'm not seeing anything at turn 1. Oh well, we'll keep you updated on that, but regardless, the battle is with P1 at the moment. Rayan Leonage trying to hold off Griffin Gardner for 8 more laps here once they cross the line. Luke Rosella falling to 4th, and now the top 4 are truly together. Look at this fight. This is fantastic. We have all 3 of our championship protagonists here in the top 3 positions. Griffin Gardner, of course, the one with the advantage coming into this round, 400 points odd, and Andrew Gilliam gets the move done at turn 1, gets into 2nd spot, but Gardner's going to try and hold it round the outside here. Looks like Gilliam just got it rotated in time, though, and now here comes Luke Rosella, putting Griffin Gardner potentially down to P4 here. And look, at the top 2, it is exactly as it was at the start of the season. Andrew Gilliam versus Rayan Leonage. Let's see how it turns out.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch. When Gilliam was behind Gardner, we had them all lined up in order of oldest tyres and newest tyres. And now we'll see if this changes here. Committed defense from Leonage. How much does that compromise him here into the dry sack? Rosella up the inside, gets 1. Is he going to get 2 here potentially on the exit? No, I don't think so. Gilliam with the inside for 7 will be able to shut that one off. I think. No, the crisscross from the 29 will force Gilliam a little deep into 8, but not enough to really end up threatening, I should say. But looks like Rosella is going hunting here for every angle he can. Indeed, Gilliam's going to try and force the issue with Leonage for the lead as well.
Oh, Gilliam absolutely flinging it into the corners here. Not only trying to stay ahead of Rosella, but trying to pressure Leonage into a mistake. This is fantastic racing.
The fact we have, 3 championship contenders, 1 driver who doesn't factor into this equation here is Leonage. Middle of the road defense again. Door open for Rosella to get up the inside of Gilliam. Big slip angle for the 29. And then contact as Rosella almost shuts the door on Gilliam on the way out of the final turn. That nearly ended in tears for what would have been the 201 in that instance there. That could have been nasty. And now Griffin Gardner. It'll be his turn to sit back as they go. Leonage in the middle of the road, or has he gone back? No, he has gone to the middle. He's just right in the silhouette of Gilliam's Mustang there, which then also defends from Rosella. It's dragging Robbie Gibbs and potentially Jake O'Reilly back to this mix, and in fact could make this what has been a 4-car fight all race long into a 5 or 6-car fight as Gilliam gets the gravel with the right rear at turn 4.
Oh, this is fantastic. Oh, goodness me. This is, I have no words for what's going on at the moment. You know what? There are some words. Advantage Rayan Leonage, because Gilliam is getting desperate in his defense versus Luke Rosella, and that is costing him time. Rayan Leonage has a little bit of breathing room. And you mentioned Griffin Gardner sitting back behind this battle. Well, I think that's the smart decision here. Considering how hard these drivers are battling, I think Griffin doesn't want to be anywhere near any potential explosions that might happen between this top 3.
I mean, quite simply, if Griffin's here to play the championship game, he just needs to be there. He can afford these 3 spots. There's no need to be involved in this, whereas every point counts for Leonage and for Gilliam. As you can see here, again, middle of the road defense from Leonage will park it up, and then the doors open for Rosella a second time on the inside, but looks like it's a straighter exit for the 201, and also has the inside for turn 1 coming up here now. And with the overlap here, Rosella would have to get out of it and cross over. That's not going to be the case. 6 laps remaining in this one here as they come through turn 1. Will Rosella look to cross over to the inside for turn 2? The answer is no, as we're going to jump to a replay here in a second race for an incident with Brad Vaughan, which has earned him a drive-through penalty.
Okay, so going up the inside of Justin Wallace coming into turn 2, and yeah, that's pretty clear as to why the penalty was given there. Got a little bit of a bump from Cameron Jones on the way through as well. All right, things have calmed down a tiny bit in the battle with the top 4, but I think it's going to heat up again very soon. Look at the positions gained for Benjamin Smith in car 91. He's gotten up to 20th spot, and that is a gain of 21 places. Fantastic job from all of the drivers on that list. You know, it's all about survival, staying out of trouble, and nailing your pit strategy. Those are the 3 ingredients, I think, for success in V8 SCOPS. How long this top 4 are going to survive? That's jury's still out.
Jury's definitely out of that one. They've spaced out by maybe a car's length, and that's seemed to have calmed things down a fraction at this point, which is kind of important because they all lost about a second to Robbie Gibbs behind. They lost a second and a half to Jacob O'Reilly in P6. If they keep dueling like this, it might give those cars a chance. As this time it's Gilliam, sorry, that has to go defensive. Rosella had quite the bit of momentum through turns 11 and 12, but couldn't make anything of it when Gilliam ran the middle of the road through turn 13. 5 to go this time by here as they come up under the bridge to start another lap here. And Leonage full defense. That's going to compromise him here through turn 1. Reese covers off the inside early. Rosella going to cross over on Gilliam to try and get the inside for turn 2 here. They work through the corner. There we go. Elbows again. Rosella leaning on Gilliam. Gilliam's still there this time through turn 3 and should be there for turn 4 as well. Uh-oh. They lean on each other for a fraction of a second. They lean again twice through turn 4. Rosella this time the inside for 5. This should be his spot here now because he won't be able to hang it around the outside. Surely will Gilliam, and Gardner wants the piece of it as well. This time through turn 5, but he can't make the run work as the track temperature has climbed to 53 degrees as well in the meantime, just in case you wanted to hear about it getting hotter on track as well. As Gilliam's looking for the inside of the hairpin.
Oh, there we go. Rosella around. Luke Rosella turned around by Andrew Gilliam, who immediately slows down to redress the position, but has Rosella stalled it? Oh, no. Well, we talked about an explosion. Well, that has just netted Griffin Gardner second place and Robbie Gibbs into the top 3. Rayhan Leonage with a 1.8 second lead at the moment. Here's how it happened. Gilliam decided to go late for the move up the inside, and I think that probably wasn't the smartest thing to do. Rosella was already committed to turning in for the hairpin.
Too far back to be able to get a line up the inside there, and I think you and I both know the outcome of what's going to be coming here in a second from race control, because they need to get this one dished out before we run out of laps in this race with 4 to go at the line. Yes, there's a redress effort there from Gilliam, but it's just never going to be enough of a redress unless he parked it and completely stopped. So, yeah, I'm waiting on a black flag there for Gilliam, which will pretty much sign and wrap up his championship hopes in 2023. Leonage will get a couple of points off of Garner in this one, but that won't be enough yet, though there is one race to go that might change things there. Nevertheless, Griffin Garner doing everything right, and here see if he can hang on to this second place, because Gibbs and O'Reilly have had good pace in this final stint. On that last one, once again, matching, if not beating, even Leonage's pace out front.
Well, yeah, there's a bit of a stat that we've been made aware of here. Jake O'Reilly has never gotten a top 10 in V8 SCOPS before, and he's currently P4. So he is hoping he can hold on to that and finally get that monkey off his back.
Yep, just needs to finish off these next 3 laps and change. for that one there. It's been quite impressive to see because running in the Enduros this year, actually, pardon me, I've forgotten who he raced in Jerez with, but he's done a couple of races in V8SCOPS this year, been in the mid-pack, and then, yeah, all of a sudden really coming forward in the last couple of races. Yeah, we're missing a couple of familiar names and faces. There's trouble at turn 7 for Tyson Broad for the moment. He's got it going in the right direction, but has had a bit of contact, it looks like, with Brett Loxton. Yep, he's being tagged. That's looking at our top 2 again here on screen, and Griffin Gardner has been looking after those tyres, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. 142.6 versus 143.2. Jeez, that is a solid 0.6 that he's taken out of Rehan Leonage, but doesn't have much longer to go. We're hearing that Bradley Vaughan, meanwhile, has gotten another black flag, this time for contact on lap 19. We were singing Vaughan's praises in qualifying, but apparently it's not gone well for him in the race, and he has pulled into the pits and hasn't come out for 3 minutes. So evidently that black flag will probably be served in race 2 potentially. I'm not too sure what the rules are on that, but we'll see what gave him that penalty. This is oh dear, yeah, once again coming down into dry sack a little bit too late and using the other car as a bit of a break there. Unfortunate, but that's the way it goes sometimes. How it's going for Rehan Leonage, though, is he is feeling the pressure from the 9.5 Sim Sports number 93.
He's been defending that position, that lead he took away from all these drivers since going for the undercut strategy. He's been defending it viciously in this one here. And that might now just be finally coming to bite him here. He only has to survive 2 more laps of this circuit, but as they come across the line here once again, the lap times will update, and it's another ½ second for Gardner on that last lap alone. Your margin at turn 1 is 0.4 of a second, Reese, which means that by all odds that should be on here by even the hairpin at turn 6. So we'll see what Griffin Gardner chooses to do here, whether it's going for a move to take the win and to extend his points margin, or to accept a very minor points deficit, which really doesn't affect him in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, which do you go for? Leonage already on the defensive, coming down dry sack, wants to break the draft instantly, and, well, some would say that it's working out for him, but maybe not. Meanwhile, oh, this is some big news that we've just received. The stewards have ruled no further action on the incident between Andrew Gilliam and Luke Rosella. Goodness me. I thought for sure that would be a slam dunk penalty, but apparently not.
I'm actually speechless at how we've got to that decision there.
Yeah. Oh, well, I suppose...
Because we've seen a lot of incidents like that where we've got cars getting a nose in and getting drive-throughs already today, so...
Yeah.
All right, then.
That's
we got a lap to go, and we've got this fight for the lead that I think is going to consume our attention here to wrap this race up. And Robbie Gibbs is now the one shadowing our top 2. As here we go. Leonage defensive. Gardner around the outside for turn 1. Can Leonage pull it up and cover the inside? Here we go. Gardner's going to try and make something about Leonage covers. What else Gibbs got in this fight?
Here we go, Robbie Gibbs trying around the outside of Griffin Gardner, but he's not able to get it done.
He's still there.
Oh, yeah, he is. There's a tiny bit of overlap, and it was enough to go for it, but he slots back in. That little bit of side-by-side running is again given Rehan Leonage the advantage that he needs. Now, the 9.5 Sim Sports crew have been looking very closely at Rehan Leonage in this race. I saw a text chat message from Dylan Rudd saying that Leonage was excessively blocking at the end of lap 17. Don't really agree with that. From what I could see on that lap, it was totally fine. But here we go then, the top 4 again together, but 2 of our protagonists are new, Gibbs and O'Reilly, who could be looking at not just his first top 10 in V8SCOPS, but his first podium if things go awry. Here we go then. Less than half a lap remaining in race 1 at Jerez. Now, Griffin Gardner is rapidly running out of options here. Leonage once again defensive. Gardner takes the full track width on the way in. It's a bit of a slide from Leonage. He's going to try and block this one. Stays to the inside. I think that's all fair. And then through the last couple of turns, Gardner on the headlight flash, trying to distract the youngest driver in the field from taking another victory here. Griffin Gardner is the champion-elect effectively. He doesn't have anything to gain from going for a silly move, and it looks like he's not going to. Leonage is going to hold on through the final corner and take victory in race 1 at Jerez. What a fantastic drive from the both of them. That was a fantastic battle.
Bobby Gibbs hangs onto the podium after trying to set up Griffin Gardner in the final corner as well. Jake O'Reilly will have to settle for a P4 in race 1, but that puts him on row 2 to get ready for race number 2 as well. Thanks to no further action, that'll leave Andrew Gilliam in P5 in this one here, as we've got more fighting further on down the order here. Kurt Stenberg, Dan Hall, Benjamin Smith, Cameron Jones, Teo Sorono, all kind of in this one here. As Sorono up the inside of Jones through the final turn. That will be one spot exchanged in that little battle pack to round out just past the first half of the field here, Reese.
Oh, I was just catching my breath from that last lap. That was an incredible finish. Meanwhile, further down the field, we see Tim Mulford and Ken Latta. Bit of a drag race to the finish line. It looks like Mulford's going to win that one and secure the last spot in the top 30. But Rehan Leonage can celebrate after a bit of a victory drought. He has certainly earned that one. Just awesome job from young Rehan. Holding off such an incredibly quick driver in Griffin Gardner and surviving the drama that happened in the top 4. Meanwhile, Brenton Hobson in the pits there. Looks like an unfortunate end to his night. Chad Lewis got a mechanical black flag in the opening laps and will ultimately come to the finish. Here are your results then from race 1 at Jerez. Rehan Leonage and Griffin Gardner, only over a tenth separating them at the end. Gibbs, O'Reilly and Gilliam, top 5 covered by a second. Dylan O'Shea gets into 6th spot. Good on him to get that done, up 2 places. But Benjamin Smith, sorry, my apologies. My timing screen was messing with me there. Dylan Pereira coming home in 7th spot. Brady Baldwin up into the top 10 after starting from 16th. Luke Rosella, he will be stinging from not just the incident with Gilliam, but the race control decision that followed. And Seth Brown holds on to a top 10. Good job there.
Indeed, solid race there, even though it was a little quiet for drivers towards the back half of the 10. P11 there goes to Paul Young, just ahead of Ben Morris. The Phase 4 Motorsport cars sticking together in this one today, it seems. Zach McDonald just behind them, next pack back in 13th, just ahead of Scott Gamble. In fact, that is a 6/1000th of a second margin I'm seeing on my end between McDonald and Gamble across the line to wrap up race number 1. Then they had 2/10 barely in it to Jamie Stovall for 15th in behind them as well. Mike Taliantich brings it home in P16 for the 666 machine, ahead of Oliver Pattinson in the 026. Then go to Ian Ford for 18th, Kurt Stenberg for 19th, then the start of that pack that we just saw at the end with Dan Hall next across the line in 20th.
Finishing in 21st, there's Benjamin Smith with a huge position gain after starting in 40th. Teo Sorono gains a lot of spots as well, up into 22nd from 37th. Cameron Jones, starting from the very back of the grid, made it up to 23rd spot. Congratulations there. Joe Mahoney and Brett Loxton will round out your top 25, with Anthony Visma and Justin Wallace coming home behind them. Barely separated from Ty Delaney was Justin Wallace by 4/10. Zach Rattray White comes across the line in 29th, and Bobby Jovanovic will ultimately round out the top 30.
And then our last couple of drivers in the field, Tim Mulford in 31st, unfortunately not sharing the successes of his Phoenix Racing Team teammates, getting himself in trouble right away on lap 1 to be down in 31st. Ken Latta, unfortunately, not able to make inroads, goes back from 27th to 32nd in that one here today. Dylan Gray, first car a minute outside the lead, able to feed off Tyler Blackburn for 33rd and 34th, respectively. And it was David Kirby in 35th. Tyson Broad, late contact with Brett Loxton, ends up down in 36th. Connor Nixon and Chad Lewis, your last two cars on the lead lap there in 37th and 38th, with Brenton Hobson, Brad Vaughan, and Michael Angus all retiring slightly short the mark here today for our final three drivers in this race. And with that one said and done, Reese, well, we are going to go to a replay first of all of Scott Gamble and Zach McDonald to quickly point this one out. Here is McDonald, another late lunge attempt. This time, though, gets up the inside, and this is why we ended up with such a 6/1000 of a second margin at the line.
Oh, nicely done, and good on Scott Gamble as well for allowing your have to do that with it being such a late dive, but well, worked out between them with no further damage. We're going to step aside and really catch our breaths here on SimSpeed TV. We have one more race at Jerez coming up to round out this second last V8SCOPS weekend of 2023.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
V8 SCOPS 2023 has been an incredible season of Australian touring car racing here on the iRacing service, and it is not stopping yet. We have to complete the second half of the second last round of the season here at the Circuito de Jerez. An absolutely wild first race in Split 1. And I tell you what, race 2, I really hope is going to be more of the same. This track has proved its place on the calendar. Fantastic track. Suits these cars perfectly. Reese Gardner and Dan Yeaman in the commentary box. Jay Kennedy handling production behind the scenes here on YouTube, Facebook, Kick and Twitch. Dan, we are going into a race here where Griffin Gardner is almost in the box seat to take the title around early.
He sure is, Reese. With this being a super sprint round, which, thanks to the fact we've got race 1 being shorter than race 2, is how we get that. Race 2 is worth double points tonight here, and we've run the numbers, and you can see it there on the lower third. Griffin Gardner just needs to finish in the top 9, and the championship is his, regardless of what Rehan Leonage does, who is his closest competitor. After race 1, the margin is currently sitting at 487 points. And that gap needs to be less than 450 if Rehan wants any chance of this fight going to Road America in the final round of the season. Well, with that all said and done, Reese, the warm-up is over, and we will take a moment to head to the grid. It is the order that they finished in race 1 on the track, at least, so there is that for us to go off of here, but nevertheless, we'll walk you through them here with Leonage being his turn to start at the front of the field with Gardner on row number 2. Sorry, P2 on that front row.
Indeed. Rounding up row 2, Robbie Gibbs and Jake O'Reilly, some of their season best finishes there, and a career best finish for O'Reilly himself. Andrew Gilliam and Dylan O'Shea on the third row of the grid. Meanwhile, Dylan Pereira is going to start alongside Brady Baldwin in 7th and 8th. Luke Rosella starting 9th. He is going to want to redeem race 1 there, where he probably feels like he was robbed of a podium or a win, starting alongside Seth Brown.
E11 for this one here. Paul Morris and Paul Young, Ben Morris, apologies there, guys. Can I get a phase 4 motorsport all row number 6? Zach McDonald and Scott Gamble with their drag race to the line coming out in McDonald's favour. He'll start in front of Gamble there on row 7. JB Stovall, next of our Synergy Sim Racing cars with Mike Teliancic alongside him in 16th place. Row number 9, going to go to Oliver Pattinson and Ian Ford there. In that particular order, with our top 20 rounded out by veterans Kurt Stenberg and Dan Hall. Let's make it 2 ERT cars nose to tail here on the grid in the mid-pack.
Benjamin Smith going to start out at 21st after a rapid rise up through the field from 40th. Let's see if he can continue that rise in race 2 alongside Teo Sorono. Cameron Jones and Joe Mahoney starting in 23rd and 24th, with Brett Loxton and Anthony Visma on the 13th row of the grid. They are followed up by number 13 car, Justin Wallace, starting alongside Ty Delaney, and the top 30 will be rounded out by Zach Rattray White and Bobby Jovanovic, both of which probably looking for a bit better from this race.
Certainly there, Tim Mulford and Ken Latta at a 31st and 32nd. Definitely in the case of Mulford, looking to not get himself in trouble early on in this one today. Dylan Gray and Tyler Blackburn out of 33rd and 34th to get this one underway, with David Kirby and Tyson Broad, and then behind them on our 18th row of this grid, Connor Nixon and Chad Lewis, 2 cars that ended up in the wars early on. We're hoping for a better outcome of things, and same for Brendan Hobson and Brad Vaughan, although in Brad's case definitely seemed a bit of his own making versus Hobson's case. And yeah, Michael Angus there at the back all by his lonesome, and we've got ourselves 30 seconds till we get this race underway, Reese, and that track temperature just keeps getting hotter and hotter.
Oh no, 54 degrees Celsius at the start of this race. How on earth are the tyres going to last here on lap 1? That is the big question. Leonage on pole position for the second race of the night here. Griffin Gardner will want to get the best start possible and try and get the win that he has been looking so desperately for here at Jerez. The revs rise and away we go, and Leonage doesn't get a very good start. Gibbs, though, with a mammoth run there from third spot. Andrew Gilliam's going to try and go for it as well. Almost 3 wide on the way into turn 1. Robbie Gibbs is going to take the lead from Griffin Gardner. What a start from the ERT number 2.
And here's the perfect hole shot up in the middle, down the front straight. McDonald around in turn 2. The whole field's going to compress, and we've got cars around as they try and squeeze. 2-3 wide. Patterson off on the inside. Kirby's run into the stricken McDonald. The rest of the field, though, will get through in the time being, but that's now multiple cars off. Ken Ladder's sliding out into in the gravel at turn 4. And that means further. Taliancic on the way to turn 5.
No.
On the left side, he gets collected. Nixon gets him.
Oh, that's
Graveyard
massive.
building up at turn 5.
That is massive. Well, we were wondering when that huge pile-up was going to happen, and, well, it happened across a few corners, but, man, that's a lot of casualties here from lap 1. The leaders have left it behind, though. Robbie Gibbs, that is amazing. As I'm getting wow, okay, yeah. There's 4 cars with mechanical black flags at the moment. Connor Nixon, Brett Loxton, David Kirby, and Michael Angus. And Loxton, obviously not going anywhere. Neither is Nixon. I get the feeling we might have a safety car from this. Yes, the safety car is rolling.
And there we go.
Wow. Okay. So, safety car driven by... oh, God, I can't even remember who drives the safety car. My brain is so all over the place after everything that's gone on tonight. Nick Parker gets to pit exit. And it looks like Michael Taliancic just managed to get back going, but the engine is smoking. The front end is missing. That car, I don't think, is going to be coming out of the pits yet. And, well, stricken Brett Loxton and Connor Nixon after slamming into Taliancic when he was stopped on the track. Absolutely massive incident that brought out this safety car.
Well, let's start by decoding this one here. We'll start at the front of the field with the launch. And yeah, it was just not a good getaway for Leonage in the 79. It's just slow to get the traction. Gibbs thinks about the inside for a second, but there's not a cars with there. Gilliam also wanted it too, but there wasn't space up the inside of Leonage. Gibbs, though, that will outbreak Leonage and get clear as a result there into turn 1. And then we want to go back, look at Zach McDonald here into turn 2. See how this starts around the outside of Seth Brown, and Brown's holding up the outside line. And so he's parked there. Passing gets clipped as they all compress, and then Dave Kirby runs into McDonald. Then you've got Ken Ladder as well, but that was a spin. So let's watch Tally here. So Tally with Paul Young. Side-to-side contact, that results in... And then he's locked up.
There's Loxton, and there's Nixon.
Nixon, yep. Chad Lewis gets a clip of him as well by the looks of things.
Wow, yeah. I mean, I'm looking again at Taliancic versus Young, and it's difficult to tell. Like, it looks like Young did give Tally a little bit of a tap, and the 777 was already unsettled from the slides that he had. Here's the onboard from Brett Loxton. So you'll see Taliancic and a big puff of smoke happen just up ahead, but really, Loxton couldn't see what was going on, and that's probably the worst surprise you could ever think of having.
Yeah, and that car just goes dead straight, and then, yeah, runs into the tyre bundles where the engine goes poof some more. As I'm going to clear up the circuit here on lap 2. And the compulsory pit window opens here on this lap.
It does.
Now, the question is, we know the tyres fall off. The track temperature's on its way to 55 degrees Celsius. So, okay, so Nixon loose through 3. That's what I saw Ladder get loose at 4. Okay. But then, of course, so there's some smoke. There's some sense of a warning.
That's a horrible visual. Wow, where do you go?
Some sense is all I've got for you there. So there we go. The Synergy cars are going to come in and get tyre change done early.
Are they going to two-stop the race as well as a possibility? You know, pitting so early and the track temp being so high, there's no way that you're going to have a competitive car right at the end if you just make this your only stop. But, yeah, is that worth the time loss pitting twice?
It's hard. It's gonna be curious. It does feel like unless everyone tries to go long, and like we're talking 15, 17, 18 laps longer, maybe it's another safety car, and that's what brings everyone in. I feel like then it's not the right call, because everyone did what? A lap and a bit speed? Yes, they've burned off the absolute best, but they shouldn't have burned off all of that pace, all of the tyre benefit. So yeah, I do question the viability of the strategy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work out. In any case, Baldwin has made it back out onto the track, and Rosella ahead of him. Looks like also coming in. Well, Ian Ford came in a lap earlier. Ford, of course, having damage from the first lap. And oh, actually, that means that Ford pitted before the pit window opened. He's going to have to come back in again. But regardless, aside from Ian Ford, rest of the cars that have come in, Jamie Stovall, Justin Wallace, Brenton Hobson, Tyler Blackburn, Tyson Broad, Bradley Vaughan also came in early and will have to make another stop later on. Kenneth Latter also going in as well. He's gotten his service done and some damage repair as well. Kurt Stenberg and Michael Angus, well, they have had an absolutely torrid first part of the race. They've just made their way out of the pit lane, having taken a lot of time to get damage repaired from lap 1.
Yeah, bit of a benefit for them in that sense. Yeah, now the question is, down to us here, what do they have left for us in their cars? And they've got, yeah, a long way to go in this one here. As waiting on the safety car to enter the pit lane any second now. You would think, though, that Gibbs here will wait for the hairpin, because there's no point in going beforehand when you have to go into such a slow hairpin. Gets the all clear signal from race control as he comes through turns 11 and 12. Look at that there, we've got O'Shea basically pushing Leonage through these corners. And waiting now for this restart to get the race going once more. We'll have 35 of our cars lined up in order. There we go, Gibbs. Going to swing. And he's going to bait them all. And wait just a moment there. That's actually really nicely done by Robbie Gibbs. Sets himself up, but then chooses to go slightly early. O'Shea going to capitalise on a bad start from Leonage in towards turn 1. Puts the 119 up the inside, just as Leonage tried to cross over. No,
Gilliam looking for something given as well. Have a look at Jacob O'Reilly going around the outside of Gilliam and trying to stick it up the inside for turn 3 as well. Didn't quite work for him, but that was some spectacular manoeuvring.
Single file through the front of the field now that we're through the first couple of corners. It looks to be about single file all the way through the field as well here as they try and get back up to speed. There we go, Rosella through on Oliver Pattinson. Brady Baldwin is going to follow suit. Pattinson leaves the space for the 07 through turn number 5 there, the Cito Ponds, and the inside now towards the hairpin at turn 6. You'd think this one is Baldwin's with the fresh tyres underneath him there, and it's indeed no major contest from Patterson here on lap 4 at least. Gibbs from Gardner, and then O'Shea. Leonage and Gilliam stuck back in 4th and 5th. They need to be getting their skates on, and also hoping for some kind of issue for Gardner at this stage, because that sign is that everything is A-OK in the 93 camp.
Yeah, indeed. Griffin Gardner doesn't seem flustered at all, does he? He's just happy to sit there in second behind Gibbs and potentially run up a manoeuvre later on in the race and hope that Gibbs falls off. Meanwhile, the battle for third is certainly on here. It's 4-way. Hell, you could even call it, that's like a 10-15 way battle. There's a whole train of cars here going all the way back to the number 7 of Bobby Jovanovic. There's Cameron Jones getting up the inside of Daniel Hall, and Teo Sorono decides that, yes, it's time for a little bit of racing of my own. Yeah, have a look at that. It is a 15-car battle for third. Dylan O'Shea has certainly got the run of everyone at the moment, but with this many cars looking to try and take advantage, it's going to be difficult for him to break away. That top two, they are looking to be in a world of their own.
I mean, look at here, Hall trying to defend from Sorono down into the hairpin on that one. Went basically all the way to the white line on the right-hand side of the circuit. And watch here as Baldwin on McDonald there, Broad on, I believe that's Blackburn, yes. McDonald's not, Baldwin's on with McDonald, I should say, sorry. Hip and shoulder is going to cause McDonald to lose a spot to Baldwin and Stovall. And that was also Ian Ford. Now Oliver Pattinson wants a piece of the pie up the inside through turn 8. And Brenton Hobson looking to recover after race 1 being, fortunately, a red-hot disaster. Comes through turns 9 and 10. And
oh, Tyson Broad. He's come together with Justin Wallace on the exit of the corner. That has compressed this pack. And wow, Tyler Blackburn having to... Oh, dear, easy does it. Yeah, Brad Vaughan, who still has a penalty hanging over him from race 1. He's going to have to take a trip to the pits at some point. He doesn't have the opportunity to go for the lane, though, because through goes Blackburn, through goes Kenneth Latter as well. Maybe Chad Lewis will have a go at him here too.
Absolute
so this all started with Broad going for the move on Justin Wallace, and then they came together on the exit of the corner here. Just compressed this whole pack, and ultimately it doesn't seem like there was all that much change in terms of position. Everyone's just trying to survive at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. Speaking of survival, Dylan O'Shea in the middle of the road down the back straightaway, trying to defend this spot from Rehan Leonage. Leonage moves over to try and compress his line into the hairpin. They both run very well. Leonage is in deep. Then he's going to be elbowed out a little bit by O'Shea. Andrew Gilliam now going to slide ahead of the 79 and line up potentially a chance at getting to third. All this scrapping costing them time. Leonage throws the nose to the inside of Gilliam there. No dice through turn 8. And, no surprises there was no dice. But let's have a look at this one here again down into the dry sack on board with Gilliam in behind. So you see here, Leonage moves over. O'Shea moves back and says, "You're not pinching me down into this corner." And from there, well, we saw the rest of it on the exit race.
Yeah, we certainly did. Andrew Gilliam taking advantage of that little coming together to put himself into 4th place and look at potentially a top 3, but like you mentioned, all of this battling is costing them massive time. Look at how far ahead at the top 2 are. O'Shea, it looks like, has got 4.5 seconds to Griffin Gardner in 2nd spot. So they're going to have to sort themselves out pretty shortly if they want to have a proper run here at the top 2. Otherwise, the only thing they'll be able to hope for is another safety car.
I'd almost say at this point, you already need another safety car to be able to mix this thing up here. As Leonage finds the gravel with the right side tyres through 4. O'Reilly wants a piece of the action through 5, but that's going to compromise his run, and he almost finds the gravel on the left side tyres through Cito Pons. So he's going to be a little vulnerable to Dylan Pereira. No, Pereira jumps on the brakes a little early there. He's not looking to fight this one too early, it seems. And focus on his run through the corners. Down the field, we look there for a second. Back to around, what would that have been, around the high teens, low 20s? Yeah, single file for the most part there, it seems, through the hairpin on this occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, hello. Here we go. More racing here with Tim Mulford, 24th place. He's got the 987 of Jamie Stovall alongside him. And once again, the outside line in that sweeping left is certainly where you want to be if you want to make a pass. Transfers to the inside line for the right-handers to follow. And Stovall gets the move done on Mulford. This is, I mean, I'm just amazed at how well Jerez suits these cars. We have had, you know, obviously some big problems at the start of race 1, but once the race gets into its rhythm, it's amazing seeing where the drivers can find time and how well they can defend their positions just due to the nature of the track.
Indeed, yeah. There's a lot of options. Well, not so much switchbacks. If you can hold a line there around the outside, you get the inside later on. So it's going to be interesting to watch here as in all of this action in the mid-pack, Gilliam's through to set third place on Dylan O'Shea. There you go, up the inside at turn 2. O'Shea not looking to fight that one too hard at this occasion here. That gets a little bit more of a straighter exit, does Gilliam, when he makes that kind of maneuver there at turn 2. It allows him to power out clear without any contest through turn 3. Leonard showing the nose into the hairpin, but no dice this time by here as they then try and get on with things. Gibbs still your race leader. Gap at 3/4 of a second to Griffin Garner. And then if we try and get a shot here that shows us the margin, there you go. Gilliam barely flashing into the background of frame thanks to all the scrapping that they've done and just the pace it seems O'Shea hasn't had in this opening phase of the race.
Yeah. Well, O'Shea now facing off against the big line of cars behind, and I think this almost proves he was kind of the cork in the bottle for the race for the top 3, because Gilliam, I mean, he's not jetting away from them, but he does seem to have quite a pace advantage. It just seems like everyone behind O'Shea is struggling to really make the move on him, especially not without costing themselves positions further down the line.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see. I'll be curious to see if O'Shea's got... Because he had good long-run pace in Split 2, but completely different conditions now at this point. We're literally seemingly talking practically polar opposites. Air temperature has increased, and with that so has the track temperature. We've now hit 55 degrees Celsius on the tar, but yeah, cracking the 30-degree marker in the virtual air. The air temperature can only go up to 32 before we hit the limit at the simulation. Reese, but that track temperature continues to try and find every last degree or so as Leonard barely gets out from behind the back bumper of O'Shea, and he's going to lose a spot to O'Reilly on the exit maybe here. Oh no, they've tangled for a moment there on the exit. Thankfully, it looks like it's all going to be just a bit of a side scrape as then Pereira and O'Reilly get together.
Oh no! O'Reilly goes through the gravel trap and will absolutely plummet down the order as a result of that. I mean, we talked a lot a month or so ago about how much the new gravel and grass grip properties are affecting the racing here. It's gotten worse for O'Reilly. Benjamin Smith turns him around. Oh, man. You touch the gravel at a place like this, you lose so much time, and wow, Jacob O'Reilly will certainly be unhappy with how things have turned out for him there. Just gets smacked in the rear coming through this corner. It was more of a bump and graze than anything else, but yeah, he's already lost his momentum there. He's just trying to get back up to speed, but keep an eye out for the Race on Oz Mustang there. Side by side on the way into the corner, and then on the exit, O'Reilly just wasn't able to get on the power as quickly as he would have liked, and unfortunately, not his fault, that particular incident. He's gone into the pits now. He's decided it's time to take his mandatory stop.
Yeah, that's also definitely not ideal. We're going to have to do 21 laps on a set of tyres that, well, didn't look like they were happening. They're not liking themselves in race 1. After doing like 12 or 13 or so. But one to watch there. Indeed. Rough set of circumstances. Well, while all that's been happening, Griffin Garner's chipped away the lead of the race down from 3/4 of a second to 3/10 of a second. And looking to probably make that the race lead now in the not too distant future with the way this seems to be going. Although Gibbs isn't holding him up by any stretch of the means. So that's a good check for ERT is brought to the weekend in the hands of Robbie. But not quite the pace that Gardner's got. You can see there a couple of dabs of the brake into 11 versus just the one for Gardner, who gets it in tighter to the apex as well through the corner. And just that 93 machine looks very composed as poor young Cameron Jones switched spots for a moment on the towel. Where are they at?
9th and 10th.
In the middle of some interesting fighting.
Yeah, they are. They got Seth Brown, Dylan Pereira, everyone in front of him. And, well, Cameron Jones trailing Some entertaining fighting going on here in the back half of the top 10. But Leonage crucially getting ahead of Dylan O'Shea. And actually, did we miss that? Did we miss O'Shea going off?
We've definitely missed him losing the spot to Leonage.
Turn 9 on lap 10.
We missed that, all right.
All right, let's see what happened. On the replay, O'Shea gets on the brakes, and unfortunately, I think a bit too deep. Also losing the rear a little bit on the way through. And that's how Greyhound Leonage finally got back past him.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for O'Shea, although back on the pace and back on the gearbox of the 79, so not all done for just yet. For him, if they're eyeing off the inside towards turn 8 to try and unsettle Rehan there, it seems, but he's not going to fight on that one just yet as they work their way up with the turns 9 and 10. Yeah, we've got this queue of cars now building up behind them. Well, in particular, the pack just behind with Gamble, Morris, Young, Jones. As Pereira finds the gravel, that's going to allow Seth Brown to range up on him, and in fact Pereira is going to bail immediately for the pit lane in the 61, so Phoenix Racing Team Leonage loses his rear gunner, as it were, from this battle pack. It does separate now into properly 2-car fight and then this 5-car grouping, but let's see, can they start making inroads on the air gap that exists up to O'Shea and Leonage. Just watch the field streak through single file. Luke Rosella on the way up the order. Don't forget, he has made a pit stop in this race, and indeed sitting quite pretty, all things considered, in P14.
Yep, leader of the cars that have pitted, and I think considering the pace of the race, how long there is to go, I'd be very surprised if he comes back in before the end. Actually, I think that was a drive-through for Dylan Pereira. He's been given a black flag for the contact with Jacob O'Reilly. Okay, so Dylan Pereira has yet to actually make his pit stop. Had to, unfortunately, trundle through the pits due to an error he made earlier. Meanwhile, Dylan Gray fighting hard with Tyson Broad, and looks to me like
he wasn't this far back earlier.
He wasn't. Yeah, there's been a big problem for Dylan Gray earlier on in this lap. Replay coming, and it was contact with Jamie Stovall behind him, coming into the long right-hander. Bit of overlap, but still, you've got to give the room, and you've got to make sure that you don't fling it up the inside too much. Otherwise, you will put Dylan Gray out into the weeds. Meanwhile, Benjamin Smith has a drive-through. I presume that is also for contact with Jake O'Reilly. It
sure is. And certainly looking too pretty for a couple of drivers there in that case, as now Leonage has to get back out the block. And well, all of that's happened. Griffin Garner's gone and taken the race lead. I'm sorry, we've just missed all of that in looking at things.
We have.
When did you go and do that, Griffin?
Wow, that was a while ago. That happened a bit earlier than we expected.
Lap 11.
Yeah, righto. Okay, so a couple of laps late. Here's how it went down. It was at Dry Sack, lap 11. And, well, it was a pretty simple maneuver at the end of the day. Griffin Gardner getting the slipstream on Robbie Gibbs, firing it up the inside at the hairpin, and Gibbs didn't fight it too hard.
So, yes. Back to live, and again, O'Shea trying to find a way through. Leonage still on the defensive, trying to protect his position. He's very much sacrificed any chance of chasing after Andrew Gilliam. The gap up to 3.4 seconds. 3 wide. That's not going to end well. Jovanovic gets out of it just in time. Will lose the spot to Visma in the process, but better than being in the fence. As that's with also, who is that with? I'm trying to find this battle pack here on my
Zach Rattray White and Benjamin Smith, who, remember, still has that penalty over his head.
Visma up the inside now. Rattray and White, but actually you might be able to hang on to this.
Maybe inside line, but Rattray White's going to try and hold on to it. The kink, though, that's... Oh, I was going to say it's a one-line corner, but apparently not.
He's been given the space, although loses the overlap with Visma, and now Bobby Jovanovic trying to eye off the spot. And that's not going to work, though, as Sealer Tower, Paul Young dropping down the order, taking his compulsory stop of the race. Start a lap 14, so he'll have to go the distance there on those tyres. 17 laps to make it home. Let's see, yeah. Apart from the safety car drivers who have gambled. Just trying to think here. Yeah, in what situation does Luke Rosella win in all of this with his pit stop strategy? I guess he's up on 12, 15 seconds off the race lead, but like, because there's no requirement for the drivers to slow down, I'll worry about it later, as Visma ran the outside into 5 on Benjamin Smith.
Wow, momentum was there. Smith not getting the best of runs coming out of turn 4, but he's going to still try and fight it. Remember, he's still got to come in for a penalty. Question is he going to be able to make the mental space for that with all the battling he has to do? Up the inside of Dry Sack, they come together, hip and shouldered out of the way as Anthony Visma, and there goes Zach Rattray White, making up another spot, coming up into 15th place, could be 14th if he can finally find his way past Benjamin Smith. Meanwhile, Jamie Stovold has been given a black flag for contact on lap 12. I believe that was with Dylan Gray. Oh, that's a big slide for Jovanovic. Oh, yeah. He's around.
Oh, Hobson, no.
Oh, not again. Brenton Hobson. Oh, and that car's destroyed. So's Jovanovic.
Both engines smoking.
Yeah, we have 2 cars trying to limp it back to the pits. I'm hoping that they can both make it. Otherwise, that'll be the end of their nights for sure, and we will see a safety car coming through at speed is Chad Lewis, and they will stay out of the way for him. But it looks like it happened late enough in the lap that they can make it back to the lane, and, well, people are reacting to that, thinking maybe it's going to be a safety car. Morris, Delaney, Stovold coming in for the drive-through. Zach McDonald in as well. Benjamin Smith looks like taking a stop, and he will still have to get that drive-through sorted. Looks like both of the cars involved in that incident have safely made it back to the pits, and we can stay green.
Unfortunate to say the least. That one there instigated by contact between Brady Baldwin and Bobby Jovanovic, unfortunately, into turn 9. And once again, we've got cars getting up the inside. They're only getting to the inside rear corner of the car ahead, and that's where the contact is happening. As Dylan O'Shea is finally through on Rehan Leonage, that's happened presumably down at the hairpin, but they've lost 6 seconds to Andrew Gilliam in doing this, in fighting this. 5 seconds maybe in change. Okay, so Leonage defensive, and oh, there we go. Finally, Cars width opens up on the inside, and O'Shea forces the issue, and yet leans on Leonage on exit, prevents the 79 from counter-attack. Here's Dan Hall's around in the wall as well as Leonage through.
Yeah, he's back through. I think we should have stayed on the replay for that, because, my God. Yeah, it looks like Dylan O'Shea, once again, just not having the best of runs through the double right-hander, and Leonage was able to force his way past. See, this is where the position was made up. So close between them, and it looks to me like O'Shea has thrown up the white flag and gone for the pit lane.
Yes, although throwing up the white flag when we know how strong an undercut on tyres is going to be.
Yeah.
Interesting to say is, speaking of tyres and such, the track's come down a degree. We're back to 54 degrees Celsius on that track temperature.
Thank goodness for that.
We've hit the crest on these track temperatures. They might just cool off ever so slightly as we get to the end of this one here. As Rosella now up to 8th as cars come into the pits, and we're going to look at a comparison in the second race. I presume a lap time comparison of some kind? No, apparently not.
Okay, so the leader of those that pitted in the early stage and the leader of those that pitted later on. Rosella versus O'Shea, 19 seconds apart.
Rattray White, drama in the hairpin with him and possibly Anthony Visma too. Gonna have a quick look at that one there for us. As Brady Baldwin's been black flagged for making contact with Bobby Jovanovic, and the thing is, Retro White going for a gap that was never there. Looks up and brushes the bumper of Visma for his troubles. They carry on, thankfully, with Tim Mulford getting a spot off Retro White in the process.
Oh, bad news for Brady Baldwin, currently running in P9. He has been given a drive-through penalty by race control.
Whoa, what's happening there in pit entry?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, righto. That's Teo Sorono going for the grass a little bit, potentially ran a bit deep, and Cameron Jones pointed towards the garages. What has gone on there?
Oh, Seth Brown's had an absolute mare of a moment on pit entry too. Both the Altus Australia cars have kind of shot. If we could go back again, if we could, about 15 odd seconds and grab Seth Brown's angle in a sec, that would help a million.
Oh yeah.
It starts with him. Starts with him.
Yeah, and Cameron Jones at the same time going deep. They came together.
And then if we watch for a second, Sorono will appear in frame. Hello.
Wow.
And then so Jones with his pit box so far back apparently for race 2 nearly overshot it. So he's been able to jam it in on the 45 like he would in qualifying.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, he has managed to get back going. Probably cost himself another second or two, but he is back out on track. Meanwhile, Ben Morris fighting hard with Scott Gamble in the sole pure white car in the field. This is an entertaining little scrap between these two.
Looks like Gamble's going to win that one there. And he's on slightly newer tyres. So that might explain things on that front. Although it's only a lap, really. So it's 6-1, half dozen the other. Anyways, setting his sights there on Paul Young and Dylan O'Shea. Next up the road there. As indeed, Andrew Gilliam in from P3 in this race.
Now keep an eye out for Rosella. He's currently in 5th spot here. And 19
easy through
seconds. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, easy through indeed. The real thing we're going to be looking for is Robbie Gibbs and Griffin Gardner, our top two at the moment. We'll look at the last lap time there for Rosella, 143.5 versus Dylan O'Shea, 142.2. Remember, Rosella was among the first cars to pit under that safety car period right at the start of the race. They pitted when the pit window opened. So now Rosella is feeling the effects of that. His tyres are now 15 laps old, and he is really suffering in terms of pace out there. We'll keep an eye out to see what Andrew Gilliam can do here as he's come out just behind the number 24 of Tyson Broad, but 13.2 seconds to Luke Rosella. Will he be able to make that up before the end of the race? I don't know.
I think he can. If he look again,
it'd have to be a second's gain a lap, which is possible.
He should gain more than the second a lap in the first couple of laps. It's about how the tyres perform once they're past their peak here. As there we go, Garner will come into the pits. No pressure for him. Gibbs will follow him in as well, and Leonage will make it our top three that had stayed out to also come down the lane. So Rosella's in with half a chance of making something work here, but I think Gilliam has got a decent chance of catching up. As long as he's gaining like 1.5 seconds a lap in the first couple of laps on this run, then it might be all right. But crucially also, there we go, Gardner away. Yeah, Gardner will go and hunt him down here on this final stint at the very least.
Yes. Well then, there goes Gilliam. And Leonage is going to fall down the order quite a bit here. But oh, wow, hello. That's
undercut
Gibbs
working once again.
Yep, the undercut works nicely. Look at how far back Leonage is, though. He's come out in 13th place. And it doesn't seem like his pit stop was that out of the ordinary.
So he had a shocker. Actually, let me just double check those numbers for you there. Where are you? Yeah, no, you're right. Everything checks out. Lane time is good. Stationary time is fine.
Was it something that happened on the entry?
Is the in-lap shocking? Yeah, good question. Oh yeah, the in-lap's bad.
Yeah. Oh, it
in-lap's
is.
very bad.
Yeah, something very drastic happened to Leonage. I'll go back and check that as we keep an eye on the battle here between Robbie Gibbs and Andrew Gilliam for what is now third place on the road. And well, everyone has now come into the lane with Griffin Gardner making his pit stop. Luke Rosella is back in the lead. Rehan Leonage, it seems, was just generally slow on that lap.
Well, there you go. Yeah, well, we'll see here, because yeah, now lap times are about to start updating as the leaders and everything come through. 43.8 again for Rosella. An outlap for 206, no, 45.7, apologies, for Gardner. Gilliam, 42.2, so he pulls 1.6 seconds on Rosella, and he's going to need to do that a couple more times at the very least to make something work, as Gibbs now is in full stalk mode, it seems, of the 201, and presumably happy to be led around the circuit on the nose there. There's no point fighting with Gilliam if there's a chance of at least catching Rosella as he falls back through the order on older tyres, although how much he's going to fall back, really not much, I would have to admit. This is looking like an excellent reversal of strategy here that might just guarantee a top 4 finish for Rosella in some fashion.
Still a lot to come from this race in the final 10 laps once the leaders cross the line. Looks like Kenneth Latter has lost a couple of positions here to Tyson Broad and Scott Gamble, but Latter's going to fight against Gamble coming into the left-handers. But as we've seen demonstrated many times tonight, it is the outside. It's where you want to be for this section of the circuit. Gamble, he does run a bit deep, but is able to get on the throttle a little bit earlier and continue protecting that position from Latter.
Yeah, Latter on that synergy strategy of being on old tyres here. With the safety car stopped, all the synergy cars came down together, basically. So, and they've now sort of spread out through the field based on the various successes in this race. And now you've got drivers coming through on the fresh rubber, which is going to make their life a little interesting, to put it mildly, here in the closing stages of the race. That's Tyler Blackburn now eyeing off Latter as they work up towards turn 1, but the 269 will hold the inside. And that might be enough, although Blackburn looking for a crossover. Young going to try and put his nose in there as well. And actually will stymie the crossover as Leonage on the inside of Gamble at turn 2 and clear for turn 3.
Yeah, Leonage making short work of getting through this pack of cars on his fresh tyres. So that moves him back up to 6th place. Will he be able to make up any further before the end? He's got 2.6 seconds to make up to Dylan O'Shea, who's already 6 laps into his stint. Oh no, dear me, that's Tyler Blackburn gone around at a very awkward spot of the track. Careful.
He's off track. That should be all good.
Okay, yeah, it's the low field of view and the zoom making it seem like he was closer to the other cars than he actually was. Oh lordy. Andrew Gilliam, meanwhile, still holding off Robbie Gibbs for the last spot on the podium. It's been a really good round for Gibbs so far, and a really good last lap for Griffin Gardner. Took 1.7 seconds out of Luke Rosella on the previous lap. Look at that. The gap is now under 2 seconds for the race lead. And, well, Rosella will definitely be hurting at the moment. Those tyres will be struggling for pace. Not necessarily for grip all up. From what I've heard from drivers, it's not so much a case of the tyres feeling like they have no grip. It's just that they're slower, way slower than they are when they're fresh.
Without a doubt, yeah. So Gardner might have a chance here in the back half of the lap to set up and move and go for it on Rosella here. We'll see if he chooses to make that move straight away, or maybe wait one more lap and be on the bumper fully. There. Watching here, Tyson Broad, Ken Latter on old tyres, Paul Young in behind them, has gone split it halfway with 8-lap-old tyres versus the 19 laps that these two have got in front of him. And these two here looking to try and hang on to a top 10 finish both as cars try and come through on fresh rubber. Although in saying that, everyone behind has got no better than 5-lap-old tyres I'm seeing until you get down to someone like Rattray White in 24th. So bit of a non-issue there as Ladder gets the inside for the hairpin. Broad tries to pull it up and the rear's locked slightly, I think, on him there. Reese. So not only is Ladder through, Paul Young will happily take P9 away from Tyson Broad as well in the process.
Yeah, certainly will. All he has to do is keep it clean, keep it consistent, and he will pass Latter. Speaking of potential passes, have a look at the lead gap. It's under 0.3 of a second now. Griffin Gardner right on the back of Luke Rosella, and look at the exit that he got from the final corner there. This is going to be a move up the inside into turn 1, starting the 23rd lap of the race, and away he goes right on through. Griffin Gardner to the lead. Luke Rosella tried to make it work. That alternate strategy, pitting under the safety car, but there's just not enough pace left in those tyres now. The battle's still fighting between Gilliam and Gibbs for P3. Meanwhile, bad news for Paul Young. He has gotten a black flag after we just saw him put on that great bit of racing with Kenneth Ladder and Tyson Broad.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see here. Let Gardner go with no effort of defence. Not really racing him here today in this race that stands. Jamie Stovall is going to double stop the Synergy car, although actually by my numbers apparently triple stop. He had to get in the lane for a drive through at some point. Been told yes he did, and yeah, I can see that's it. Sorry, it's a double stop strat from the 987. That doesn't work, unfortunately. That's just a second safety car to compress the fuel back up. So you've got your tyres underneath you and everyone around you in close proximity as well. So the question is, Rosella, let's Gardner go easy as you like. Doesn't have the tyres to fight him. There's now history tonight with Andrew Gilliam. Is he going to change his tune when he sees it's a 201 that's coming up on him next?
I gotta wonder. There is a bit of history there, isn't there? 8 laps to go, and well, considering Rosella's last couple of laps, Gilliam will likely catch up to him by the end. That is, if Gibbs doesn't put a move on Gilliam himself and cost him a little bit of extra time. Oh, meanwhile, Rayan Leonage getting past Dylan O'Shea and back up into 5th spot. Nicely done there. Looks like O'Shea didn't fight that one too much. Leonage just dived up the inside of the final corner, but Dylan O'Shea is not done with this. Going very deep into turn 1, and Leonage will go defensive. This is how the move was initially made. Nice run for Leonage. Sticks it up the inside. Lovely dive. Dylan O'Shea just lets him go. I think because he realizes he can still race with him from here. O'Shea has tyres that are only 3 laps older than Leonage's, so still plenty to fight with there.
Yeah, we'll see what O'Shea's got left in the toolkit. Going to make it 6.5 laps. Let's stay on the attack, and Scott Gamble's just there in the background, feeling he'll be happy to have a crack at things if an opportunity arises there. 2 seconds now, the gap from Rosella to Gilliam on the last lap. He lost nearly 2 seconds. So yeah, I would expect that Gilliam gets there by the end of the next lap at the very least. And then we will see the attack is like. And I wonder if you're Robbie Gibbs, do you back off a fraction, expecting fireworks potentially to come from this battle for second? Do you try and get yourself into third now so that you're the first car through, and then let Rosella do whatever he's going to do? As just noticed also that there's a message in chat.
Rosella with a 5-second post-race penalty for an incident on lap 5. And we weren't made aware of that earlier on. So yeah, we were, but apparently we missed that. So that's some news there for Luke Rosella. That will, easily put him behind Gilliam and Gibbs and could potentially put him in danger of finishing behind Leonage and O'Shea if they keep their pace up too.
Yes. So, we have a replay of it come up in a second to sort of explain, have a look at what exactly it was. It would have been it would have been a 5-second penalty that he would have served in the pits, but of course, with the way, with the decision to pit early under the safety car, can't serve that and pits up there. So this is what he did back on lap 5, eyeing off Tim Mulford, and he just moves him out of the way there. Does Rosella. That was deemed enough to warrant a minor penalty there. So with the massive gap back to Leonage, this should only be a 2-place drop for Rosella. The question is, Gilliam, Gibbs, they've got the tyres to get through, but they're equal on pace with Gardner, not better. So what are they going to do about this, since the odds of making inroads seem low? Never mind. Gilliam's on the attack. Outside, back to the inside. Block from Rosella for his defensive move.
Here comes
and
Gibbs.
Gibbs will just swing around the outside of both of them through turn 1.
Nice. Oh, contact there between Rosella and Gilliam, and they get into each other again. Oh, they are not happy with each other right now. Well, I'll tell you what. It helps to be the third car in a 3-car battle where the other two have some prior history. Because if they make swervy moves on the straight and compromise themselves, you're right there to take advantage. Robbie Gibbs back into second.
Well, I was wondering how Robbie was going to play it, and thankfully spots the opportunity, has the tyres compared to Rosella to make advantage of it. Gilliam backs out, thankfully, for the moment. So you see he's a tap from Gilliam, unsettles Rosella, then they bump on the exit of the corner. Gilliam called for intentional contact, and yeah, not going to lie, with the car control that people like Rosella have, I wouldn't rule that out, and that would require some time to investigate and take some time to think about it here, as we've got Wallace, Broad, and Ford fighting for 12th. Meantime, back on the live pitches.
Wow, almost 3 wide on the way into dry sack. Fantastic little fight that's going on for these guys, and they have to keep an eye out for Pereira, Baldwin, Mahoney, potentially even Zach McDonald up behind them. Wallace, a car's width wide of the apex there, but once again, outside line works beautifully through that corner, and Tyson Broad, for his own troubles, gets a little bit of a problem with the rear end. That allows Dylan Pereira to sweep on through and grab 14th place out of that. 4 laps to go, coming up to 3. It's going to be a fun one indeed for these drivers coming towards the end of the race. Looks like almost a bit of a dive there from Baldwin on Broad. Looked like a bit of a technical issue for Tyson there.
Just dropped away from the server there, right in the middle of the fight. And he's on the old tyres too, as O'Reilly and Delaney. Elbows out. Paul Young wants to have a piece of it here as well, as they start lap 27 back here. Baldwin and Broad have gotten together up ahead at turn 1.
Yeah.
How has that happened?
Might be a bit of desync on potentially Brady's end, because we know that Tyson was having that technical issue just before, and Tyson went a bit too deep into turn 1. Brady, I think, was trying to give him
there's definite crossover attempt. Well, yeah, crossover attempt. We'll bring it up if we get a chance to. Okay, being told, never mind. But yeah, from what I saw, there was a crossover attempt by Baldwin. As I said, brought in deep on old tyres, and they got a little stuck together, unfortunately, rather than just normal contact there. So that's unfortunate, but going to have to move on from that one there and keep racing.
Yep, Tim Mulford and Ty Delaney together with Jacob O'Reilly, who, man, you want to talk about varying fortunes. He came from his best ever V8SCOPS race finish in 4th in race 1, and unfortunately got a double whammy of hits from behind, and is now scrapping for the last few places in the top 20. And there could be a position here with Delaney making a bit of contact with Mulford up earlier in the corner. But nothing for Jacob O'Reilly to do as things stand. He has to keep an eye out for Daniel Hall in his rear view mirrors and wait for an attempt here at the final corner. And it's exactly what Daniel Hall's going to do. The room is given by the 222, and he ends up getting the better exit out of the corner for that.
Yep, able to just pinch down a little bit there through the corner and focus on his own exit at the same time, as we do have a replay coming up. And I get the feeling it's going to be, yep, for Scott Gamble getting past Dylan O'Shea here, start of lap number 28. Further up the field, and yep, O'Shea, no defense there against Gamble. Into that corner at least. They're on the same tyres in terms of age, so potential there for that fight to continue. Indeed, O'Shea looking for a chance back into it off of the hairpin at turn 6. Meanwhile, here now, Seth Brown, Cameron Jones, Ben Morris, Ken Latta. Apparently a moment for Morris, and indeed, he was ahead of Cameron Jones, and then he slips, he slides Reese, he finds the gravel, and that's definitely Cam Jones' easiest place of the race.
Yeah, and for the amount of drama that Cam Jones has suffered tonight, there's what's a little bit more. Here's Brady Baldwin, meanwhile. Hello. Racing with Joe Mahoney and Zach McDonald. These three very close together with Justin Wallace up at the front of this pack. Bit of an exchange going on there through the second third of the lap, round about the dry sack area. 2 laps to go for our leaders, and time is rapidly running out for these guys to sort themselves out. Who will get the honour of finishing 14th here? Looks like Brady Baldwin's going to have a go at it. It's very deep, but you see Justin Wallace saw him coming from a mile away. Doesn't help his exit, though. Baldwin gets it done on the exit of the corner, and Zach McDonald says, yes, I'm going to take advantage of how that's affected Joe.
For a second, I thought that I saw the rear end. Oh, Wallace has got the right...
That's a lock up.
The tyre locked.
Oh, easy does it.
Being told that Wallace, having come to the pits like the Synergy cars under the safety car, is really struggling now as Blackburn's called in something involving himself. I'm not sure if that was recent or not. I'll actually go back and listen to the radio call before fight.
Wow, what a fight.
Something McDonald. On lap 28 for Tyler Blackburn.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll have a look at that. Briefly peel away from this very entertaining battle, and oh dear, that looks a little bit interesting. That's Robert Patterson. Oliver Patterson, sorry. Getting my... I can tell I was a teenager in the 2010s. But yeah, it looks like there was maybe slight contact between the two of them.
From that angle, it seemed... Yeah, from that angle, it seemed okay, but that's the outside angle into turn 5. Doesn't really tell us a lot as we watch these guys fighting with a lap and a half to go. But Griffin Gardner, out by his lonesome, has less than a lap to go now, as Rattray White now trying to get around Justin Wallace. Looks to have that one done through turn 10. Whereas Tim Mulford going to be the driver who's eyeing things up next in this battle pack, as they will get ready to see the white flag here. Defensive from Wallace into the hairpin. Can Mulford get a better run off the corner, perhaps?
Yeah, how will this battle work out? The battle for the lead has been over for a while. 7 seconds and change that Griffin Gardner has over Robbie Gibbs. Andrew Gilliam could potentially hunt him down on the final lap, but it's still on here for the number 13 of Justin Wallace as he tries to defend from Tim Mulford. Meanwhile, Ty Delaney thinks, yes, I will go for it as well. Remember, Wallace on super old tyres here. Some of the oldest in the field along with the Synergy cars. It's amazing that he's able to keep his pace with these guys, but he gets pincer moved not once but twice on the way down to turn 5. That was a fantastic little exchange. Good on the drivers for keeping it clean, but tell you what, I think we have a provisional champion to crown here. Griffin Gardner needed 9th or better to score enough points to take the 2023 V8SCOPS title, and he's going to cap it off with a win at Jerez.
and made that a round win too. Reese second in race 1. Top step of the podium here today. That there, the champion's drive, if ever there was one. Robbie Gibbs will bring it home in second place. Meanwhile, Leonage has gotten to the gearbox of Luke Rosella on the final lap. We'll try and get to that as soon as we can here, whilst we keep our eyes on Gardner for a moment. There you go. Gibbs through ahead of Gilliam, and Rosella has held on. Apologies. Yeah, margin at the line down to 100th of a second for those guys there. Meanwhile, Brady Baldwin on this strategy here, trying to hang on to 14th place. That's a lunge and a half from Joe Mahoney round the outside of McDonald. And he's going to potentially risk a spot to Young. He just crimps Young on the exit of the final corner and hang on to 16th spot there for the 36.
Yeah, righto. As the rest of our field makes their way across the line. Oh, here we go, drag race.
Stovall wins that one just.
Yeah, he does. I'd be interested to get a replay of the finish between Luke Rosella and Rehan Leonage because it looks like Rosella, the multiple frustrations he suffered tonight mounting, and he slammed on the brakes right before the start-finish line and almost actually lost 4th place to Rehan Leonage. Remember that he does have the 5-second penalty, so he's not going to ultimately finish in this position. But it was a very nice battle between these two coming up towards the end. Regardless, Rosella having quite a bit of time to lose, the 5-second penalty hanging over his head. Now watch this, probably go slow-mo right before the line, Jay, and you'll see just how close this was. Rosella would have been comfortably ahead of Leonage, but he slams on the brakes right there, and they just cross the line ahead of Leonage. Well, Griffin Gardner coming away with race victory here, champion-elect coming into Road America. There is nothing that Leonage or Gilliam can do to overcome his points total from here, and I'll bet these celebrations are going to last well into the night. Can't quite celebrate being officially crowned the champion yet, but he's got enough points that it is a mathematical certainty.
Yeah, but I guess by that I would just say he is the champion. I mean, I suppose, yes, officially would be a... I'm just reminded that theoretically he could lose all his points for some kind of infringement, or telemetry submissions maybe. Could be a thing, but, well, he'll burn the rears down on the 93 here and enjoy the moment as... Actually, the motor's gone as well. Has he run out of fuel, or did he just stall it whilst doing donuts? I think either he's out of fuel. That would make sense.
Yeah, certainly it would. Well, we'll go through our results then. Griffin Gardner by 7.5 seconds over Robbie Gibbs, who has capped off a very strong night for him, double podium. Andrew Gilliam finishes in 3rd place. Luke Rosella, P4, and that's on the road. Remember, 5-second penalty incoming for him. That'll put him behind Scott Gamble in 6th spot. Leonage and Gamble there. O'Shea, Brown, Jones, and Morris will round out the top 10.
P11 for race 2 is going to go to the 269 of Ken Ladd, able to recover from a horror race 1. Ian Ford makes up 6 spots to 12th. Dylan Pereira, unfortunately, one of our drivers who didn't have a great middle and end to his race, will end up back in 13th. Brady Baldwin trying the alternate strategy there, will have to settle for 14th in amongst that pack there, beating Zach McDonald, Joe Mahoney, and Paul Young to the line in what ended up being the battle down to 17th place. Zach White just behind them, well, Young by about a second there for 18th place. Tim Mulford and Dan Hall not too far back. They round out the top 20.
21st place in the end was Ty Delaney, up 7 spots, minus 18 for Jacob O'Reilly. That's a very unfortunate end to what was a pretty fantastic night for him before the green flag dropped for race 2. Justin Wallace up 4, Oliver Patterson 24th, with Jamie Stovall 10 spots down in 25th, having taken a penalty. Blackburn and Lewis both up spots from where they started. Anthony Visma down 2, Teo Sorono down 7, and Tyson Broad makes up 6 positions to round out the top 30.
He does. He's our one driver, I believe, to finish that race there off the lead lap. David Kirby, unfortunately, looks to have retired 7 laps shy. Dylan Gray out 12 laps before the end. Benjamin Smith not making the halfway mark there in the 91. Same to be said for Bobby Jovanovic and Brenton Hobson. They're 17 laps shy, each of them. And unfortunately, a horror show night for the 88 there, to say the least. Kurt Stenberg also retiring in the first half there. Brad Vaughan also out early, 21 laps short. Michael Angus, very early retirement, slipping away 25 laps short, fortunately for him. And then Brett Loxton and Connor Nixon with their incident, which brought out the one and only safety car in that race, along with Mike Taliancic, all down 29 and 13 laps respectively. Unfortunately for them, but well, that's going to do it for our results, Reese, and got ourselves a driver champion-elect waiting to have a chat with you, I do think.
Yeah, indeed. Let's bring Griffin Gardner into the commentary box with us. Congratulations, Griffin. That was a fantastic round from you. A second and a first here at Jerez. Definitely seemed to go your way tonight, but it wasn't without its challenges.
Yeah, quality today was a bit average for myself. Went out in the first run, actually had the race fuel in, so that kind of went against what we planned. But yeah, the racing in race one was actually pretty good. I think obviously there was a bit of a biff and barge in front of me, but managed to get around that. And then it was just trying to minimise the loss to Rehan in the first race, and then yeah, the second race went a lot better and it was a pretty dominant win in the end.
Yeah, certainly was. It seemed like there were attempts by Rosella and the rest of Synergy, a couple other cars too, to get the early stop done under the safety car in race 2, but it seems like everyone else was just like, nah, that's not going to work.
Yeah, I actually did majority of my testing on this kind of track temp, so I knew that wasn't going to work, and I just thought, if I just stick to what we planned going into the weekend, then we'll be fine, and that's what we did. Just ran as long as we could and extend the margin, and then put the fresh tyres on and drive away. So yeah, we definitely did the right thing staying out there.
Fantastic stuff. Well, coming out of this round, you have mathematically won the championship with a round to go, Griffin. It must feel good capping it off like that with a round victory. Yeah,
it's definitely good to kind of get it off your shoulders going into the last round where there's no drop round. So it's a big, just relief, and you can go into the last round and have some fun. But the season as a whole has been pretty consistent. We thought after round 2, the season's actually done for me, because I had 2 0 points rounds in the first two. So thought, well, championship's kind of over, but we just clawed our way back and consistently on the podium, and a couple of wins and poles on the way through. So it was a pretty decent season, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, decent is a perfectly acceptable way to describe it, even a bit of an understatement. Well, thanks very much for joining us, Griffin. Really appreciate your time. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank before we let you go?
Yeah, first off, just a big thanks to Sean and the rest of the team at 9-5 for all their support and all the work that goes on. Sean's a really good team manager, and coming to me in the off season, he offered me a drive, and it's the best decision I've made in a long time, getting a drive for him. So big thanks to him, all the guys in the team that do the setup work and all that sort of stuff, all the effort really makes a difference. So big thanks to them. And just to our sponsors, Racecraft, Turn In Race Apparel, RSW Graphics, Racing News, and Prestige Cinematography. And also a thanks to you guys for the broadcast you guys do as well.
Thanks very much, Griffin, and really appreciate your time. That's Griffin Gardner, champion-elect of V8SCOPS for 2023. Meanwhile, it was a super strong round for the driver of the number 2 Evolution Racing Team Mustang. Robbie Gibbs has stood by with Dan Yeaman.
Cheers there, Reese. Well, Robbie, qualifying, I think, tonight, if I look back at things, top P10, I should say, to start off the night. Maybe not as ideal as you might have liked, but P3 and a P2 out on track once the race is settled, and able to get a really nice run there to lead a couple laps at the start of race 2 as well. How did that feel for you out on track?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. It felt really good for about 5 or 6 laps, but I think I went a bit too aggressive on the setup. By qualifying, I didn't really have a lot of prep time, even for pre-qual, so I wasn't really expecting much there. But the races both started off pretty well, but I just didn't have the tyre life and the setup to to go with those guys. Fortunately, race 1, I think there was a bit of shenanigans going on there, which helped me a bit, if I remember. But yeah, and then race 2, I got a good start. Thought I was just trying to get as far away as possible because I knew I didn't have the tyre life, but it sort of unfolded how I thought it was going to, with Griffin getting by me eventually and running away.
Yeah, unfortunate to hear. You reckon you're struggling there a bit setup wise as well, and looking after the tyres there. But all the same, you kept your nose clean, pick up 7 spots in race 1, and be able to get to the lead for a bit and settle into P2 in that race. Is certainly no mean feat. And yeah, definitely a bit of shenanigans around you there. But crucially, it's up to you to keep your nose clean, and you did exactly that.
Yeah, that's right. Second race, I sort of saw what was coming with that one, so I wasn't really positioned where I wanted to be, but made a call to go around the outside, and it paid off, which was quite good. And then didn't really look behind me to see what went on. I just head down and pushed on for the last, I think, 4 or 5 laps, because I knew Gilliam was going to come back at me.
Yeah, indeed. It was a close fight there as you followed Andrew around in race 2. Able to get him clear, though, after he started getting his fight on with Luke Rosella. Well, 1 race left in the season at Road America in a couple of weeks' time. With these results tonight, I do believe, looking at the standings coming into tonight, you've basically solidified a P4 finish in the standings, unless you're a no-show and drivers behind you come in to finish off the season there at least. Are there odds of you being at Road America or not being at Road America decided either way at this stage?
Yeah, I'll always try and make every round. I think at this stage, well, it probably looks like I will. Don't know if there's any real life commitments that'll change that, but for now, yeah. Always good to always enjoy racing. Doesn't matter which league. I tend to find SCOPS is pretty good for me. I'm a big fan of the super sprint races. I can nick off in the middle and talk to the family and do things like that. So, but no, I'll definitely try and be there.
Well, P2 for the round, and doing a pretty solid job to wrap things up here towards the end. Robbie, who do you want to thank helping you get it done in the ERT number 2 today?
First of all, I just want to thank the guys at Evolution Racing Team. They've been supportive all year, especially in SCOPS when there's been less of us. We've had plenty of the guys in the chat helping out. Obviously, league admins, broadcast team, everyone involved for putting it on. As I said, I really do enjoy SCOPS. Logitech G and those guys for supporting us. Yeah, that's about it, I think.
Well, good to hear from you, Robbie, and fingers crossed. Maybe we can hear from you one last time if things go well at Road Atlanta to wrap things up.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
And that there will leave us with one final interview to do, our race 1 winner race, and might be P3 for the round, but also might be P2. Might have to do some maths in the background to get that number for you, but nevertheless, I'll hand to you to speak with Rehan Leonage.
Yeah, Rehan, welcome to the comms box again. It's been a while since we've had the opportunity to have a talk to you. A win in race 1 and I think a 4th in race 2, considering the 5-second penalty for Luke Rosella. Very good round for you.
Yeah, pretty happy with that one. Didn't really expect that race 1 win, but got that undercut, just tried to hold on to it at the end. And second race had a bit of a bad start, then just tried to do whatever we could at the end.
Yeah, certainly, but consistency was key, and I think the high track temperatures certainly played a part in all of that. Just talking about the track, we certainly opined in the comms box, Rehan, that Jerez is a fantastic track for these cars, considering what tonight has brought. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I reckon this track, bit of a mix of like higher speed and lower speed corners really works for the supercar. And higher track temps really made it quite difficult. I reckon that's definitely what caused a lot of issues for some people.
Well, it's third place for you overall in the round from what Dan's maths is telling me. And that means that you obviously scored more points than Andrew Gilliam in this round. So what's the aim for Road America? I mean, the obvious answer is finish ahead of Andrew. But yeah, you got one round to go, which can't be dropped. And it's going to be between you and Andy for P2 in the championship now.
Yeah, I reckon goal in the last round will, yeah, like you said, be tried to yeah, get ahead of Andy. But yeah, Road Americas is definitely a hard track. A lot of experience comes into play there. So yeah, we'll just do whatever we can.
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations on the win in race 1, Rayhan. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank for your results tonight?
Yep, I'd like to thank the sponsors, Melbourne Hydrographics Depot, DHF Tyres, Simcore, Prestige Cinematography, Autoserve New Zealand, Bubbles and Balloons, RSW Graphics, and Aramex Heatherton. And also like to thank like league organisers and race control, those who organised the race and stuff. Did an excellent job tonight. And thanks to you guys, the commentators. Yeah, done well.
Thanks very much, Rayhan. Always a pleasure having a chat to you. Well, there we go. That is going to end the second last round of V8SCOPS for 2023. We have one more to go, Dan. Round 15, Road America, in a couple weeks' time. I always look forward to this every single year. The traditional place to end the V8SCOPS season. It's going to be massive.
120 odd K race for Split 2. 250 kilometers remaining for Split 1. And yeah, while the championship is all tied up, and P2 is probably done as well. Actually, no, my apologies. 130-point margin between Rayhan and Andrew Gilliam. So that could certainly change as well. And yet, Robbie Gibbs has jumped up into 4th as well there as well. So minor placings up for grabs here to wrap up our season 2023. And yeah, you've only got to wait 2 weeks to find out the answers there.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, make sure to note that date into your calendar, the time as well. That's 3 p.m. Australian Western Standard Time for those of you like me who live in the West. We want to thank you all very much for watching over the course of the night. It was certainly great to see so many tuning in over the course of the broadcast. And remember, we have a full roster of broadcasts on SimSpeed TV. You can follow us on Facebook and follow us also on other socials. Subscribe to us on YouTube as well, so that you don't miss a single broadcast here on SimSpeed TV. I'm Reese Gardner, Dan Yeaman with me in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy handling production behind the scenes. Big thanks to everybody at OSR for putting the show on. Thanks to the drivers for helping with putting the show on as well. And thank you all for watching. We'll see you next time.